actually remember to actually shout out to everybody. Accident.
Why would they encourage you to take the focus multidiscipline?
Yeah.
Yeah, I
What
don't
is
see
that
when
was
you're
other
part of
than
supposed
it.
to
just
use
GM? It
that.
always applies.
Yeah. It's like either it always
Yeah,
applies or it never applies.
it's like there were focuses like helm operations that are kind of just like I would like a focus in anytime I do anything relating to the thing and I do. But that's just like the only way I could interpret that as like an actual focus would be this applies when you are specifically doing something that's like a mix of multiple different talent of disciplines. Like if you were doing something and you were rolling security and someone was assisting with science or something.
That's like how we were talking about rapid analysis the other week, and it's like actually it's more focused than the other one that's just analysis.
Yeah.
There are some really goofy ones that are suggested.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, like I took a couple that like don't really quite make sense in overlap because I'm like hyper specialized to be a pilot. So I have helm operations, atmospheric flight, and combat maneuvers. The second two of which are basically covered under helm operations, but I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
Hello, everyone. I'm AD Stringer, also known as Corbidian. This is the Electric Metropolis video game tour, and I'm going to be not running but playing in this another session of aboard the USS Andromeda, the Star Trek Return to Frontier, and a second edition Star Trek Adventures TTRPG tale. And from that, I give it over to our GM.
Captain, floor is yours. Commander Solaris.
Uh-oh.
Oh no.
Haha, the poison has worked.
Some minor tech difficulties, everybody.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
No.
All right, I swapped to my phone. All right. Captain's log stardate 0213.9. We've arrived in the Teth Nikor system, last known location of the Nimitz-class battlecruiser, the USS Fisher. Starfleet still holds some hope that the starship and its crew may still be found, and failing that, that we may at least acquire some evidence that will determine the cause of its disappearance. I myself remain quite skeptical any concrete evidence as to the ship's fate will be found, let alone the expectation of some other officers that survivors remain in the system. The USS Fisher has been missing for over 3 years now, and the chances of even a partial recovery of the ship or crew are estimated to be below 10%. The most simple explanation is the one that is most likely to be true in mysteries like this. I believe it is most probable that the USS Fisher, missing during the Klingon War, engaged in battle with a Klingon vessel in the system and lost. The ship either suffered a warp core breach and was atomized, or her disabled hull was towed back to the Klingon space to be melted down for scrap. In either case, I don't think the crew lived long enough to suffer for very long, but many in Starfleet are more optimistic and sentimental than I, and it seems the Admiralty agrees with them. My opinions in this case are therefore irrelevant. Our orders are to search for the USS Fisher, and search for the USS Fisher we shall. And
Right.
we have directives. Do not allow the USS Fisher to fall into the hands of hostile or pre-warp civilizations. Recover the crew of the USS Fisher or their remains. Recover the logs of the USS Fisher and record useful data and transmit it to Starfleet Security or the Anzac Orbital Shipyard.
Go to the bridge as Helms sorry, not helmsman, the chief operations specialist Griffin brings the ship out of warp at the edge of the Tethnicor system.
All right, Catherine.
Excellent, we have arrived. Science, begin a scan for any active warp signatures in the area.
Yes, Captain. Which is like a diff 2 or something. No, wait, it's a choose an area to scan, right?
Yes, it is. You can scan directly around the ship for that's for succeeding, and you can spend 1 additional point to scan other zones. In this case, there are 5 planets in the system, so you have at least right 6 points of interest. Your ship and those the 5 planets and everything within a few 100,000 kilometers of them. If you don't find anything in that, then yeah, you might have to lay out more of a pattern.
Mhm.
Got you. So we'll start with that and try to get as many successes, cause it's successes that I can enter into extra scans.
Yeah.
Blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, no, and I wasn't expecting any hits off this. I just wanted to make sure that we weren't walking into an ambush.
Well, I'm gonna do my damn best. So
Mhm.
it's a diff 2 normally, correct? If I'm remembering the roll correctly. Unless it was changed for this the second edition.
Reason science, assisted by sensor science, difficulty 1. Normally, if you're scanning directly in your zone, assisted by ship's sensors science, being at the being at the science station is going to reduce this to difficulty 0.
Got it. Okay, lovely. Lovely. And then the ship actually rolls 2d20 to assist because of sensor suites. Gotcha. And I'm gonna have to keep refreshing because Roll20 is still eating the player names at the bottom. Alright, so what I shall in fact do is give you what is required for full 5 dice. We're gonna start strong here. And go with sensor operations as a focus.
Yeah, you instead of just
Yes, I'm making momentum.
scanning through the normal procedures, right? You turn on all of the ship's active sensors so that everyone within 2 light years knows, hey, there's a starship right here.
Yeah, I mean, it's great because we're doing search and recovery, so we're letting them know we're here.
You're
Um,
almost you're outputting so much power through the sensor array that it's almost feasible that someone could shoot you through cloak, and that's not even an invented technology yet.
I am so good at sensors.
There's There's two blips on our screen, sir. One of them is the star. The other one of them must be a starship. I can't imagine what else would do this.
Okay.
That is 4 successes and a complication.
Yes, it is.
Doesn't the ship roll 2 dice? Am I crazy?
It does.
It is, and it did.
Oops, I don't know why I thought 5. Brain. I just saw 5 in my brain, even though there's 4 ones. I don't know how counting works.
Yep. Okay. Good start today. Good start. And then I've got yeah, that's for questions technically. But
Oh,
yes.
that's what it is.
Yes.
Go off.
I'm not showing off at all. I was asked to scan 6 different things. I can still only scan 5 of them.
Well, you get your zone for free.
Exactly.
And then you have 5 other planets in system. The system's never really been surveyed, but your like basic gravitational sensors tell you that there's, definitely a star here, and there's definitely 5 planetary bodies. But beyond that, you'd have to. This scan is you actually learning any of what those are beyond just like object, that can be measured in Earths, right?
We'll get like from where we are, the 5 closest planets. Or yeah. No, 4 closest. 4 closest. Yes. Unless my bonus momentum from being a science officer can also be used for this, in which case, haha.
Yeah, bonus momentum can be used for this.
Oh, sweet, I can get
All bonus momentum means is that it can't be saved. It's valid as momentum in every other sense.
Yeah, it says specifically for questions, so unless this doesn't count as a question.
Oh no, this would.
Yeah.
Well,
I would count it in this sense. In
Okay.
this in a combat scenario, I may not, but in this situation, I will.
Okay, yeah, so we'll get all of the planetary bodies then. So I have technically succeeded in my goal. I just complicated it a little bit.
All right. You have a class M. 2 class J's, a class T, and a class Y.
Oh, delightful. And he will relay that back as he gets the general information of what the planet types are. It's just a matter of if there are warp signatures, which
Yeah,
is
that's
unlikely.
Oh,
Yeah.
no, there are no signs of warp activity, and your sensors would tell you. You could expect your sensors to pick up anything within the last like 10 days.
Yeah.
Oh.
So, just
Okay.
he will 100% lead with what the planets are, and then be like, and no signatures.
Okay, then Solors is going to turn to you, science officer, and she's going to say, um, with 3 years of lag between whatever happens to that ship in here, do you think it's possible for the ship to scan the system to find any traces of their hull or chemical emissions or anything, any other mark on the system they could have left here?
Entirely possible. Well, it depends on what the mineral deposits of any of these planets are. There's a few things to take into account, but it could be doable.
Yes, if you could attempt to scan the system for man-made materials to see. Hmm?
No, don't worry.
So, are you going to do this from range, or do y'all go to a specific planet?
Let's start at the Class M.
All right. Helm, give me control con, difficulty 0, assisted by ships, engines con.
I was going to ask, how many probes do we have?
In the dozens.
Okay, so we could easily put one over each planet, or each other planet that we're not orbiting ourselves.
You
Assuming there
can,
are-
but you only have one science officer, so
You can't
that
monitor them all. Is that the problem?
yeah,
Okay,
you
gotcha.
couldn't be expected to reasonably use that much information.
At the
Fair.
zero, I'll just try to make some momentum here and roll 2 dice. Focusing on operations.
See, I made momentum. I just spent it immediately.
I made 1 ship. Technically, I made 1 and a bonus momentum because of my roll, but
The ship does not for you.
Oh, did you do anything about that complication earlier?
No. Lord,
Okay.
no. I just kind of thought you took threat for it because I couldn't see the threat counter and you didn't say anything.
Oh no, you should be able to see the threat.
We do now.
No, I can't because my
we
name,
can.
the name bar for me keeps vanishing.
Okay.
And because the threat and momentum stored on people's names, it's also gone for me. So I'm flying blind.
Yeah.
I'll refresh every now and then and it comes back for like 5 minutes and then disappears.
What browser are you on?
Chrome.
Huh.
Just watch the
No,
stream,
this
you'll
is
see
the
it
only
there.
game it does it for. Because I've also opened this game in Firefox, and it does the same shit. So it's just this game for me.
It's this game, that's wild. Okay.
So for right now, you have that complication is going to give you the trait sensor echoes, meaning any form of solid mass within this system, including the gases in the upper layers of the gas giants, are just shooting your massive amount of sensor emissions back at you. All of your active sensors that have to like send out a particle and receive that back to like get telemetry are being somewhat overwhelmed by the constant echoes of your own sensors bouncing off of random stuff and coming back at you.
Do you report this to the captain?
I'll probably have like 5 minutes trying to figure out what the hell's going on. Yeah.
Interesting.
I can. If
Well,
he could tap it out of the way himself, he could, but he would without telling her because it doesn't need to be said at that point.
Well,
But
have
that
we
is fun.
arrived? Have we arrived in the orbit of a gas giant? Or sorry, of the Class M planet?
It takes an hour or so, but the chief of ops is able to get y'all there.
All right. Well, now that we're there, let's start scanning for man-made materials here. We might find some clue about them here.
deuterium composites.
This will be reason science, difficulty 3 because of the scene trait. Assisted by ship's sensors science, brought down to diff 2 by being at the Craig station.
Huzzah! Alright, so sensor operations focus.
Yep.
Just vanished again. One second, let me refresh so I can actually see what resources there are.
We have one momentum on the table plus 16
Okay.
threat on his side.
And I'm looking at a diff 2.
A suggestion I might have is that possibly doing a computer lookup on that particular ship's composition, because you may be able, instead of picking out man-made in general, you could pick out what the ship in particular was made of, because we would know that
The
in
exact-
our logs.
Oh yeah, yeah, sure. Actually, I like that idea.
Insight science, actually insight engineering,
Oh no.
difficulty 0 because you're at the this is readily available information, and you're at the science station, which has direct access to the ship's databanks. So I'll give you a free hit, and you're assisted by the ship's computers science.
Okay. Unless computer science is an applicable focus, I do not believe I have one.
No, this would be starship construction, starship recognition,
Yeah, definitely not.
or metallurgy.
Can I just tell Griffin to do this? It's a diff 0 anyway. I'm not particularly fussed. Inside.
I am
If
your
if
subordinate.
Griffin
You can do
does
that.
it does actually become a diff 0.
Oh, okay, yeah, Griffin, do it.
Plus an override, I think, bringing it back up to diff 1.
Let's see.
So your engineering's better, so you're
Yeah, I have a 1.
I
I
have
mean, it would
two
still be an
engineering.
11 total because I'm,
It's
competent.
not combat though, so you can get up and have them take your chair.
Yeah, I can.
All right.
Sit there, do the thing.
Yes, sir. I can't move this token, by the way, GM.
Oh,
Oh, right, the glue plank. Yeah, they're stuck to their chair. Sorry.
Yeah.
Funny prank. Back with the ship. Okay, the prank's not funny anymore.
yeah, you can put your own
Just
token down.
unbolt the entire chair and take it to the pod.
Okay. All right. So what was the roll again?
Insight engineering, difficulty 1, assisted by the ship's computer science.
All right. I don't know that I have anything for that.
Don't worry, you've got a higher engineering score.
It's true, I do.
And it also lets you roll something.
You know, the captain has an engineering of 4. You could have asked her to do this.
Yeah,
but
but you're not his subordinate.
No, it makes sense. It makes sense.
Yeah. All right. I will buy a die with momentum. Now, I don't suppose a survival focus would come into play here.
Nope.
We're not looking for the ship yet. We're just looking up records of what the ship was, so we've got a
Right.
more focused range of what to scan on.
Yeah. Oh, actually, if we're trying to identify like that sort of thing, could I make an argument for flight controller applying it because I am investigating the propulsion of a spaceship?
The benefit gained would be outweighed by the negative of looking for something very specific.
Right.
Like instead of looking for all of the common man-made materials in the ship's hull, you're looking for specific elements known to be used in warp reactors. Just like there's 2 or 3 orders of magnitude less of those
Yeah.
particles floating around than the ship's hull potentially. So, but you know what to look for. So it's like, yes, it's easier because you know what you're looking for, but also you chose to do something harder. So you've just kind of balanced out there.
Makes sense. All right. Rolling 3 then. No focus. Rolling 3, no focus. We see where that gets us.
Oops, sorry. Well, actually, no.
The ship
But,
can't
hey.
assist because you didn't get anything.
Yeah,
And you got a complication.
got a complication.
Gonna let that
Uh-oh.
stand.
I have a
Oh.
roll. Oh, there it is.
I mean,
I'd really wish you didn't. I'm giving you a chance here, and you're like,
yeah, sure. I'll
Listen, I'll
I'll
commend
finish
you at the end of
conversation.
this.
Oh, thanks. You have to roll good rep for that, actually. Hold on.
Ah,
Hey, I commended the Vulcan, one of the Vulcans.
The one you can
The one you
commend.
can commend. Yeah.
The round-eared Vulcan, if I am correct.
Round. I
Are the
Lost your ears, right?
prosthetics still pointed?
mine are still pointed. They're just cybernetic.
Oh,
Metal-eared Vulcan. There you go. All right.
tips.
Looking at
ooh, pin tips.
Oh, that sounds bad.
Jeez.
It's an endearing nickname.
Sure.
Is it though?
I would like to spend towards Directive 2. We can't recover the crew or their remains if we don't have any idea of where they are. Alternatively, that does mean I might have a value.
What? Actually, there's a directive that's more important here.
Directive 1.
Yeah, because it's
Griffin.
an M-class world.
Your second
Alright.
value.
Yeah, no, my second value would also work really well here, I think.
Well, do you want to?
Oh, right, because it's more advantageous to spend towards value than directive now, right?
Yeah,
So
because
it's
directives help with
uh,
reputation, but values actually apply for our milestones. That's why I bring it up.
have you used your second value before?
I have not.
Then
But
Yeah.
if you never use it though, then you never
Yeah, you're right.
accrue logs, right?
Yeah.
The way
So I
you do
have.
it is you.
oh no, I wouldn't take your second value because it's not your ship.
That's fair enough. Yeah.
Okay.
All right, then I'll spend
Yeah,
towards.
I
Direct one.
I understand your second value to be like you won't lose
much more
another
info, yeah.
home, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
More in that line. All right then. Re-rolling 3. Much better. There we go.
Gain 2 momentum.
Ready? then the ship already didn't assist me.
Is the ship's double dice roll something that only the science officer gets?
It's
No,
it's a
just
function of the
advanced
ship.
sensors. It's
Okay.
a sensor roll thing, though.
Then
Oh,
you
so the
then you
ship
did.
help me.
Oh no, because it's this wasn't a sensor roll. This was
Right.
computers.
And it's gonna
Ah.
roll double anyway, even if I set it to 1.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, we only get that first die.
All
Computer
right.
looking up. We don't have advanced computers or anything.
Yet.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'll key in. Should be these materials and roughly this dispersion if we're looking at an explosion. I think these are the key signatures that aren't likely to show up in system.
I see. Okay. Well, thank you there,
Yes, sir.
Chief. Okay. That narrows down what we have to look for in a useful manner.
Yeah.
I can't imagine having scanned a deposit of raw deuterium and being like, oh, look, there it is. It's helpful in some ways, but terrible for what we're trying to do here.
Yeah.
So, you
think we just-
have the trait USS Fisher hull composition scan.
Gotcha. Okay. And we'll use that, and does that just make it a diff 1 when it all is said and done then?
So now to
Since it
scan
increased
the
to 3
planet,
and we're down to 2. Yeah.
this would be reason, science, assisted by sensors, science. Normally, diff 2 brought up to diff 3 by sensor echoes, brought down to diff 2 by being at the science station, and brought down to diff 1 by having the exact hull composition of the USS Fisher.
Lovely. So we'll do sensor operations, give a momentum, and
As Lieutenant Verney looks down into the scope and turns a little dial.
yes.
Classic.
Yeah,
Takes a break to
no,
sip coffee.
it is very funny to imagine that like the captain is just kind of like sitting in the chair looking out into the empty space, maybe reading some report from a yeoman, just kind of, waiting while, the long time that science takes to happen happens.
Yeah, I mean, then there's like a conversation between Griffin and Verney, and then there's
3 momentum gained. And for free, you learn there are man-made materials. None of them are consistent with the hull composition of the USS Fisher.
yeah, nothing here would seem to indicate the hull composition of the Fisher itself.
But are you detecting man-made materials at all?
I can use the science bonus momentum to ask that question potentially, GM.
I mean, I think he just confirmed it because he said
Oh, wait.
there are man-made materials, but
Oh, yeah,
none of
there are. Yeah.
It may
Sorry,
be worth that bonus question clarifying if it was if it's signs of like their
advanced or primitive.
well, like the escape pods or the prefabs that one makes if you were gonna go anywhere in system to save your life, you'd go to the Class M if you could with your escape pods.
I could just ask, do they seem like Federation standard constructs?
Yeah.
That's a good way to phrase it.
The most advanced material you are picking up on sensors is low carbon steel.
Yeah, no.
Where is the low carbon steel you're detecting?
Would you like to spend another momentum?
Sure.
Large concentrations. The largest concentrations are within 50 kilometers of each other on the surface of a ocean.
How peculiar. Well, initiate a scan of that region. It might not be the answer, but it could be related.
Scanning for what, Captain?
Captain, are you sure that you want
You
to
could-
focus upon low-grade iron? It's not exactly the sort of standard. Even the Nimitz is old, but it ain't that old.
It's
Low-grade
the only
steel.
sign of life we've gotten from the system at all. Even if it's not directly related to the Nimitz, it's
Well,
Fisher.
the Fisher, excuse me. If you have an alternative path forward, feel free to suggest it now.
well, it mightn't possible be that they're on one of the other remains on one of the other planets or elsewhere in the system. They may be on one of the moonlets, crashed on them. I mean, I give it to you, Captain, that if I were gonna bed down, I mean, this is the place I'd do it, but I don't know how much how one would get down. I suppose if they beamed down, I guess, beamed the whole crew or got what they could, but leaving nothing else behind, no shuttle bits, no escape pod bits, no fragments of the ship.
I'll make note. That is on a body of water as well.
Yes, yes, you make arguments almost as well as you play Calto. I will concede to your argument. We will initiate one final scan for life signs around the low-grade carbon seal, and if we don't detect any life signs there, we will begin moving to the other planets.
Well, we're going to pick up life signs, I'm pretty certain. Do you want specific life signs?
Yes, of Federation species.
Yes. So we'll use a momentum for that question of Federation species in those vicinities. Question mark.
That would be a new scan.
Oh, that would be a new scan. Okay, so never mind, not a momentum.
Draw.
I just wanted to make sure it wasn't just. But yeah, new scan. Got it. Lovely.
This will be Reason Science by Sensors Science. This is diff 2 because the hull composition does not come into this.
Yes. Okay. Diff 2.
We
I've
have
got
three
to roll
moment.
more crits sooner or later.
We do have 3 momentum on the table.
We do. We do. I'll give you one of those because I'm getting 2 assists from the ship.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Or not.
Okay, so.
I'm just gonna sit over here being
Well, you
competent.
see
Oh my god, this is
how
not
the
the
turn
character.
table.
Y'all, given my normal characters and their propensity of how they roll, it was about time this happened to me.
Yeah.
True.
I'll give you a point of determination to but the this would be towards theories are just patterns in the chaos. You are the scans you are getting back are inconclusive, and everything else is telling you that this is probably related to a pre-warp civilization, but it could be a undocumented human colony, which there are a myriad of.
Mhm.
So this would be you deciding, I'm gonna make a judgment call and not get bogged down in the captain spending hours trying to investigate this colony, right? You don't act.
Oh.
You're this would be you letting go of, I
Okay.
need to know exactly what's going down here.
All right, then
It's
yeah,
not what
then
I'm
we
looking
will
for.
move on.
Well,
I-
but this
I
is this is hold on.
Okay.
You don't. It's up to Inverni.
Sorry.
Because Inverni can take that determination, and this scan for life signs becomes impossible. He's just not allowed to do it because Inverni doesn't think it's relevant anymore. Or Inverni could challenge the value theories are just patterns in chaos and mark it out. Either way, you gain a point of determination.
Ah, the worst.
Someone's down there, but does Inverni want to get caught up in it's a human colony that's never been documented before, or this is a new species, neither of which are interesting while looking for the Fisher?
Not really, no.
Then yeah, you scans are inconclusive. You can report that much to the captain, and you gain a point of determination. And your report to the captain should be something along the lines of, it would that would take a longer survey, longer than we have.
The scans are inconclusive at the current time as to what species or biology of these people might be. And if we wanted to get anything more certain, we would need a lot more time. Needless to say, whoever is down there, they're on a Class M planet. They can wait.
Of course, yes. Begin a search pattern. Work your way from the inner planets to the outer planets. We will find some sign of them eventually.
All right. I am going to give a task of control plus science, assisted by either insight science or control con by others. If you have a different suggestion, feel free to give a suggestion. The difficulty here is 4. Brought up to difficulty 5 by sensor echoes, and brought down again to 4 by the Fisher's whole composition. If it's Inverni leading this, then that would be brought down to 3 because they're at the science station. Any number of assists are allowed here as y'all take a multi-day search pattern.
I might suggest that we request the doctor to help with some sort of like insight medicine, perhaps, because they may have given the life signs that may be there, there's certain things that we can look for that may tip us off, sort of idea. Also, it gets our doctor's expertise to link in with ours.
Yeah, it'd be signs of biology at that point, rather than life signs specifically.
Yeah.
Yes, you know the exact calcium composition of people's bones.
Well, that's a little dark. Well, we kind of need to know, though.
Well, I mean, yeah, the science folks may be able to tell you, hey, look, this L-class planet, it has, I'm picking up life signs. There's definitely a carbon-based life form here, but it's the medical officer who's going to be looking at it and be like, yeah, these these are definitely like crustaceans and not members of a lost ship's crew. Time to move on.
Last we
I mean,
checked, there was no
that's-
crustaceans aboard the Fisher. Huh?
Crab,
That's
beetle,
ironic, isn't it? It's the
crab,
Fisher and had no
beetle.
crustaceans.
Could I bend your ear for Insight Con along the lines of guessing at where they might have gone? Like, if I were on a damaged ship, where would I want to go if I didn't go to the M class?
You would introduce increased difficulty because of your station.
As an assist?
As an assist, I'd assume you could walk somewhere else and help, like, over. for
Yeah,
instance,
I
shore
mean,
potentially.
you can. There's only one helm station. That's there isn't another place on the bridge to help from with con unless you, you know, unless you can suggest something.
I was meaning, like, actually personally, like, being there, like,
Oh, you
bouncing
could
suggestions
stand
back and
over
forth
there.
between a person.
Okay, you could do that.
Yeah.
I thought you were meant like helping as a navigator.
No. It's
Actually
more like standing
doing
over
spotting.
the helm officers going, it's like, well, if I were doing it, I think I would go maybe over there or there.
Yeah, that has to be insight because you can't. To be control, you'd have to be at a console.
Yeah, but I was thinking, I was
Um,
hoping for Insight Con, because that's a slightly better role than Insight Science as an assist.
Okay, because yeah, I definitely know you can assist with sensors with no problem because tactical can you don't get any lower difficulty, but you still have full access to the sensors.
Oh, if I could use, like, Insight Security with my tactical
Yeah,
sensors.
argument for that.
Oh,
Because there were weapons on the ship.
No, well, but this is specifically to lay out the pattern and search for signs of this whole composition. So it needs to be con or science. What
Mhm.
I meant was the tactical console has in its description the use of the ship's sensors. So you could do you could use control science or daring science from the tactical station without any penalty, right? Because you actually have a console to do things from. Whereas if you didn't have that, you would have to do something like reason or insight, right? Because you're giving ideas, but you don't have an actual thing to sit down and type on and look up results.
Yeah, if possible, I would lean into Insight Con. That is the.
Then yeah, that would be hovering over the helmsman's shoulder.
Yeah, just standing over my shoulder and going, I do it this way. And I go, actually, that is helpful. Or that's not helpful at all.
So did the doctor want to help out?
If called to the bridge.
Think you
Yes.
are. So what you're gonna want to do to start off is roll a control medicine difficulty 2 because you're gonna try to set up a mission operations console, which is going to create a trait here.
Just
because
checking.
there is no dedicated medical console, right? So when you do something, you have to come up to the bridge, set up a console specifically for the kind of stuff you're doing.
Okay. I'm just gonna spend a momentum. Oh, hang on. I don't think that's that is actually not a 2. I still had my focus selected. But that's still 3 successes.
All right. Then you gain 1 momentum and you gain the trait analyzed medical telemetry.
I have I have run the medical data through a standard Starfleet medical telemetry algorithm. This should cut your load.
Yeah. So now when Inverni actually does the scans, you're much more capable of telling between standard Starfleet life signs and anomalous life signs that may be from undiscovered species. So we go back. Now you're at Control Science difficulty 2, assisted by right now the security officers, Insight Con, and for that assist to be valid, you're going to have to be assisted by Control Con from the con officer.
Yeah, I'm looking at
Which I
5
definitely be doing.
assists potentially.
You're
Well,
assisting
the
Or is he not
Insight.
doctor can't assist because they've already helped you.
Oh, okay. No, 4 assists then. Because
And
the
can I
Um,
assist
3
if,
assists. There's only 5 of you total, and one of you's making the roll, and one of you's already helped.
the ship helps twice.
Okay.
Yep.
And yes, Captain.
Yeah, can I assist with Insight Science as well by helping him, talking him through it?
Um,
Because I think the command console is the one thing
Uh,
that could assist anybody, because that's what it's for, or help. I think its special console power is helping other people.
yeah. Well, no. What I was looking at was if the captain's science was like 1 or something, I was going to create a trait that was like
Buffoon
uh, misdirections or
he knows
something.
what he's talking about.
But yeah, Solaris is actually just shy of an expert. Actually, I think she might have a science equal to Invernity's.
Yeah, he only has a 4.
Yeah. So no. Yeah,
But he
you
has to
can
command
totally
all 4 as
assist.
well, so.
Actually, I would probably take from you presence science since you are
Talking with him about
and the other people on the bridge, right?
Okay.
You're kind of directing.
If that's
Yeah.
the case, could I argue for a focus in rhetoric because I know how to talk to people?
No, because
I don't feel like this is a like
composition of
this isn't a
your
constructed
speech
argument.
is not relevant.
Okay. No, that's totally fair. I'm gonna ask a lot. All right.
Yeah, the number of words you can use in place of scan is not at all relevant to the situation.
I don't get credits for asking for him to elucidate rather than answer.
Exactly.
It's. When I thought rhetoric, she's just like reciting the Federation Charter as we're going. I was like, that is not helpful. Anyway.
Yeah,
I'll give you
Inverni is not looking up data from the sensors. Inverni's primarily looking at a dictionary.
Merriam-Webster defines.
No.
I didn't think so either.
Because, yeah, y'all are primarily looking for the ship's hull, and then if you find that, right, I'm taking into account that the next thing would be life signs.
Right.
Survival could be used if we were looking for like a campfire, I imagine.
Yeah, that makes more sense.
Or any if looking for any sort of power system was your primary approach, but y'all's primary approach is the ship's hull, right? So you're looking for evidence of the ship, not evidence of the crew. Evidence of the crew is like the second thing y'all are interested in.
Well, we're hoping that evidence of the ship leads to evidence of the crew.
Yeah, but I would take survival if evidence of the crew was your first
Gotcha.
concern, right? If you asked, right, we're primarily looking for things in conducive to life support systems, which would be a harder thing to do, but you could get, survival.
Makes sense.
Yes to navigation because your part of this is actually moving
Yeah,
the ship.
starting the search pattern. That's what I assumed I was doing. Just wanted to double check.
So far, that is 4 successes and a complication.
That is not a complication on the ship. Go away.
It is because you're a
Is it?
prototype ship.
Yep.
Fuck.
The ship's
I forgot about
complication
that.
range is
Yep,
actually
yep.
18 and 19. It's 28. It's 20, 19, and 18. It actually crits
Should hit.
significantly higher.
I forgot about that. The ship just basically countered its own complication with its 2.
Except we can't buy them off anymore.
Except you can't buy them off.
Oh, you can't. Damn it. Never mind.
Well, you
What can
can
you do?
decide whether you give me threat or you take a complication, but you don't get to decide whether you don't get to give momentum in place of a complication.
Yeah, it's actually you can always buy them off, but you can never use momentum.
Yeah,
Okay.
and it's left ambiguous in the phrasing, so I think the GM gets to choose whether or not the players can buy it off.
No,
My
it-
understanding is the players get to decide.
Okay.
Players get first choice, and then
Oh.
the GM can still choose to like take the threat if the yeah. So.
Okay.
It's kind of like the Doom method. You might go like, "Hey, go ahead. You can take the complication. I have the 2 threat. I have no idea what I'm doing to you."
I count 5 momentum. Yeah, 7 successes on a diff
Yeah.
2, so 5.
And Solaris.
Yeah, you need
What?
Solaris' assist.
Already rolled.
Yeah, it was above
Where?
those. That 0.
Oh, it is.
Oh,
It's
okay,
first. Okay.
So threat or complication?
Threat, please. Just because I've already complicated it, I don't feel like.
Rip.
All right. So I
Got
think you have a floating momentum and a bonus momentum.
Oh yeah. 'cause I forgot
Um,
about this.
Yeah. After 3 days of charting and scanning and remote scanning with probes, in orbit of the sorry, it's not. I think I mistyped it. It's not an L class. L class is like an almost M class. That's not what I said or
Yeah,
what was
L
supposed to be written
classes
down.
can't support animal life, but can support other forms of life, I believe.
Great for plants, terrible for fauna.
Yeah,
Great for flora, terrible for fauna.
Oh, here it is.
like carbon or
Because
something?
because the picture for what I wanted was above L class. What I wanted was class T, which is also on the same page as class L, so I just kind of got confused.
Is Class T the opposite, where it's like
No, class
Animals with
T is somewhere between huge ass gas giant and brown dwarf.
Oh, fun.
So
it's
like
considered vaguely
it's
survivable?
not with a little bit more mass, this probably would have been a dual star system.
Oh.
A binary star system, sorry.
No, dual star system. The stars are fighting.
Would
Yeah,
my
it's
fencing focus come into play there?
we look at Inverni staring out over the dunes, listening to Duel of Fates. With 2 little dots rise in the sky.
Yeah.
Yeah, so in orbit of the Class T gas giant, a massive, almost star-sized gas giant, you are detecting signals. You are detecting metallic signatures consistent with not only with like standard Starfleet construction methods, but particularly matching the recorded scans taken from the Fisher's launch at the Anzac orbital. like the day before the ship was launched, right? They did a full ship scan, logged it in the computer, and this is like almost perfectly matching up with that.
Weird.
Well, no, I don't want to suggest that it's unusual. This is just how good Inverni has succeeded, right?
Ah.
She's cleaned up so much interference that there's no question that she thinks she's found evidence of the fissure. There is also another starship-sized object in close proximity to the first scan that has a similar composition, but does not match the fissure's composition.
Huh.
What are the scales of these two objects?
That would be all Inverni gets for free, I've said.
I think that might be important because they'll determine what the other ship is, because if it's like scale 1, that means it's a shuttlecraft from the thing.
Yeah.
Sure, we'll both try to determine the relative scales.
And that's something we can actually tractor.
It's well,
if it's a shuttle, we can tractor that.
yeah.
There's the fissure-like object is approximately scale 4, but it seems to definitely have less mass than you expect. The other object is also approximately scale 4. So both objects are in the same order of magnitude as like a Constitution class or the expected size of the fissure, a Nimitz class.
Naturally, I do want to ask if there are bio and or life signs. Bio, because it could be relevant if these ships were actually abandoned before being here.
You do have life signs consistent with humans and a small cadre of other Federation species, but the fissures, a quick check of the database, because you're at your console, would suggest that this matches what you'd expect of the Fisher's crew, unless there was like some weird lopsided catastrophe, because the Fisher was 96% human crewed.
Mm-hmm. And the other object vessel.
I'm going to.
Or is that a different spend?
Spend 2 threat.
No.
To create the trait weak human-like life signs. The other ship, the closest species to the life signs on that ship is human, but you aren't sure if you're getting interference or if this is somehow like a ship full of half human, half Vulcans, right? You're not sure. You definitely know that they are very close to humans, but there's just enough difference in the life signs to cause confusion. But that could also be from the gas giant's atmosphere. They could be another ship of humans, but you can't tell at this distance.
Yeah. Okay.
Is it possible to determine if the other ship is Federation based?
I mean, if it's got adjacent humans on it.
Yeah, but they may be on a ship from someone else. Like it may be other.
No, we determined that it had a whole composition similar to that of the Fisher.
That was, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, at this point, I see no reason not to. Solorx is going to say, tactical, hail them.
Aye, Captain, stand by.
All right. We are going to change scenes
Yay.
My momentum.
as y'all have
no!
found them, and now you try to get in contact and get aboard or get them out. So, you will lose the sensor echoes, hold scan, and the I'll leave the telemetry for now.
So we're modifying a torpedo and putting Griffin in it as the pilot.
Yeah, sure, I'm down.
I mean, that's
That's how
basically
you're
what
gonna go
happens
from
in
there.
Traveler, so we can make this work.
I mean, you're giving me an unstable flight platform that requires the split-second decision making and has high likelihood of.
God.
Yeah, no, I'm here.
All right, if we ever need anyone to do a suicide bombing to save the rest of us, I know who the captain can manipulate into doing so.
It's called a boarding torpedo. It has like a little pram at the front so you can.
Yeah. I was saying
Yeah.
modified because I was expecting the warhead to be taken out. You went dark with that.
You were suggesting we fire the officer with a torpedo somewhere.
Yeah, I get to pilot it.
Yeah.
It's not what a torpedo is for. The
why I
distinction
said
between
modify.
a torpedo and a ship is that the ships are piloted and torpedoes are not.
That's why you have to modify it.
That's
Oh my
what. Yeah,
God.
you need
That makes
ingenuity
it
at
a
that
ship.
point.
You've just made a very small ship.
This
Yeah,
is a
you made
very
a
human
really
slash
tiny
Vulcan
ship.
argument here.
Yeah, yeah. It's you've made a very small ship. What's the point? It's we made a really small ship. It's amazing.
I mean, really,
God.
probes are just torpedoes without the warhead. You replace the warhead with sensor telemetry.
Yeah. Instead of that, we're replacing it with a person.
Oh boy.
Just gut it and you just have astronavigate avionics in the aero avionics in the darn thing. It's like, how well is this controlled? Terribly. It goes in a straight line and a curved line.
Yeah. But
Can it stop?
you know,
Not really. No, until it hits something.
Well, it can stop. It's the question of whether the pilot can survive it stopping.
Anyway.
So what do I owe you for trying to hail?
1 second, please.
Certainly. Also, while that's being looked up, Captain, I might recommend we go to Yellow Alert since we are faced with an unidentified vessel that we weren't expecting to be in the area. For the
Very
safety
well.
of the ship, if nothing else.
Very well. You know your security matters. Move the ship to yellow alert.
And I flick the shields on. I'm glad they didn't turn turning on the shields, like just normally turning on the shields into a check or something. Difficulty 2, turn on shields. Like, what the? No.
Yeah.
Bringing them back if they get busted, that's a whole different problem. Might even the one who even checks. Let's repair them. I turned them on. Cool, they're damaged.
All right. So, as you further scans come back, it becomes clear that kind of the knowledge and advantage that Inverni and the doctor had put together really allowed to get a deep scan, but further tasks will be significantly more difficult. The first layer, so the layer between space and the second layer, has the trait corrosive fluorine 3, which is mostly only relevant if you're trying to travel through it. Ionic storms 2, which is relevant for traveling and for transmitting or receiving or scanning. And violent winds 1, which violent winds is like corrosive fluorine, only relevant if you're traveling through. The second layer of the gas giant has hot thermal layer 3. This affects travel and transmission. Ionic storms 1 affects travel and transmission. Violent winds 3 only affects travel. Layer 3 is actually very calm. So that is actually generally a positive trait to help balance out some of the other layers. But getting as the tactical officer tries to set up this communication, you start to get the idea of why you might find these ships in that layer rather than any other place in this gas giant, because that's the only place they could have lasted this long.
Yeah. They'd have to travel through, if they wanted to get to calm air, they'd have to go through very difficult regions.
So what might normally be a difficulty 2, control engineering, is boosted to difficulty 8. So it has become impossible to transmit through all of these layers unless you can kind of stack enough traits and advantages to bring it back into the realm of possibility.
Did we get those traits in like Discord or something? Because there's no way.
They are on the scene guide.
Oh, they are?
In Roll20.
Hooray. Because I'm not going to remember any of that.
That was a lot.
Well, so layer 1 is the highest, and layer 3
yes.
is the furthest away. Okay, just want to be sure. Go ahead, Archana.
Well, Captain, preliminary examination of the communication band suggests that this is, without some sort of augmentation to what we're transmitting or their ability to receive, they're not going to hear a thing. We could blast till they could hear us back to Earth. They won't hear anything. I mean, perhaps with a rerouting of power or some sort of specific tight beam, maybe. It's going a bit beyond standard hailing procedures. I'll admit, there, Captain. This is right outside my bailiwick by a good kilometer or 5.
Right, understood. And she kind of spins in her chair towards Gwendolyn, and she says, "Khan, if we were to briefly fly through the upper layer of the atmosphere to the middle layer where it appears to be calmer, so that we were within range of the other ships, what damages to the ship would we expect? Would you be able to do it?"
Oh, I can do it, Cap. You might get rattled around a bit or a lot. Uh, I'm confident I can get us in there. I'm not sure about getting us out, though.
What kind of damage to the hull would we expect, though? The question here is, well, can we survive the acidic damage?
Let me take a look at some numbers and I'll get back to you on that, ma'am.
Understood. My first thought is to fly the ship through because, well, if we are rescuing them, we're going to need to bring them onto our ship anyways, and we are not beaming anyone through that. But if we cannot fly the ship through, then we will be forced to use probes and other methods to break through.
GM, what kind of damage could the ship likely sustain trying to get in there?
Yeah, I just want a sanity check on how possible that is.
Yeah. Because even if it's impossible, I think it's possible.
So corrosive fluorine, that is going to lower resistance. Ionic storms, that's going to make it so that you suffer 2 attacks at an intensity equal to your engine score. If you use the engines in a task while inside that layer. Violent winds is just an increased difficulty to the actual check to move through. So to answer your question, to move through the first layer, right, you'd be looking at a difficulty 1 check, and it would be daring or control con, difficulty 1. Your resistance would effectively be 0, and you're going to get hit twice with an intensity 8 attack, because you're attracting the ionic damage, right? The more energy the ship puts out, the more the atmosphere reacts negatively.
Oh, there's a thought. Would
Yeah,
it be
can I take us in dead? RCS only?
That increases the difficulty to a diff 3. You still get the negative to resistance, so if anything else comes up, you could still take significant damage, but you're not going to proc ionic storms if you go through thrusters only.
All right. So I think Gwendolyn's been kind of like leaning over and looking at Inverni's console, and then like going back to her, and then swivels around in the seat and says, Cap, I think I can get us in there just fine. It'll require a little bit of a delicate hand on the stick, but as long as I'm not running us on impulse, and we make sure that the nacelles aren't drawing power, we should be fine. Looks like the ionic storms are mostly attracted to engine emissions, so I can take us in on RCS thrusters. We'll need to crunch numbers and make sure we'll get back out on those, though.
He nods and she says, "Well, we will see what we can do once we're within contact range of them and we know the exact situation. And so she's going to flip the switch on her command console to call engineering. And she's going to say engineering, we are about to enter the planet, and we're about to enter the atmosphere of a class C planet who cannot where we cannot use impulse or warp. Can you disable power to those areas? And I believe that will require someone to activate an engineering NPC.
It does not.
Okay.
Yeah, you'll heal her back from Lieutenant Revere. Captain, shutting impulse reactors down. And purging the nacelles.
Excellent. When that is complete, inform the Chief of Operations Specialist, and we will begin our descent towards the planet.
All right.
Possible recommendation, Captain, before we go in. If you will. And he pauses.
I appreciate your counsel. Please continue.
I'm imagining we're going to be pulling down our shields to dock with the ship to pull people over. So to that wit, for minimizing damage, I could modulate the shields once we bring them back up, but while they're down, perhaps we could rewrap power into the structural integrity field into the hull plating. At the very least, try to minimize, try to recover and withstand whatever does ding us, whatever strikes against the hull, if it happens. Because it might not be the storm, it might be just regular good old debris or a panicked escapee rocketing into our Durasteel.
I'm going to give Aratana. What's Aratana's engineering?
1.
Oh, never mind. No, this is a great idea from your perspective. Captain, who I think has an engineering of 4.
Yep, I'm a former engineer.
Yeah, give me insight engineering difficulty 1.
Okay, structural engineering focus.
Yes.
Perfect.
Oh my god, that's the first and maybe only time that focus will come up in this campaign for me. All right. All right. I'm spending 1 momentum.
Fine.
You gain 2.
Mm-hmm.
The chief's suggestion is a good idea only in the stable layer. In the first and second layer, it would light you up like a lightning rod. As the increased energy put into the hull to increase its integrity would serve the same function as the nacelles in under impulse drive. It would greatly increase damage from the ionic storms. In the stable layer, where there are no ionic storms, it might be a good idea, though.
Yeah. And so she'll say as much. She'll say, I appreciate where your head is at. However, with an even cursory knowledge of engineering, I believe that we are likely to experience significant disruptions from increased structural integrity field output the same way we would with nacelles. However, we can attempt your strategy while in the middle layer where the ionic storms are much less in intensity.
You mean the 3rd layer, Captain?
I thought I meant the middle layer.
No, the first and second layer both have ionic storms. Just the second layers are weaker. The third layer, the one that y'all expect the ship to be in, actually y'all know the ships to be in.
Oh, the 3rd layer. Excuse me. I'm sorry. I thought the middle layer was the stable layer. My bad.
No.
God, this planet is just hell.
Mind you, in the stable layer
It's
at that point,
I'm a star.
I would imagine at the 3rd layer, regular shields can work just fine, sort of thing.
They could, yeah. Shields will work fine in the first and second layer, because as much as they're going to attract damage, they're going to prevent that damage from getting through. the thing about impulse engines is it not only attracts damage, but it doesn't help prevent damage in any way. Structural integrity would kind of work like the shields, except that whereas the shields, a little bit of fancy work could make the shields absorb that incoming energy and reroute it, the hull can't do that.
Yeah. My main, because you're just polarizing the hull. For some reason I had in my head they were in a higher layer than that. If we're in the stable layer, then I imagine our resistance comes back because we're not. It's a stable layer, so we get.
Yes.
So the thing I'm worrying about is something we don't actually have to worry about.
Yeah, the layer you know that they're in is the stable layer, and that trait actually is a positive in your favor.
Right.
It'll help operations.
Clarifying question: is all of our resistance stripped away, or is X of our resistance stripped away, like a number of
3
it?
of your 2 resistance.
Got it. So if we could get our resistance above that, though, we'd have resistance.
Yeah, that's why I said about the communications,
shields,
right?
yeah.
Any of the things y'all are considering might be possible or impossible until you get traits, right? Flying the ship, is almost suicidal until Khan suggests flying dead, right? Likewise, the security suggested a couple of ways communications might be possible, but without extreme measures could be impossible. It's there are ways to mitigate these. Y'all just have to try to
Work
implement them.
Something. I've got an idea for essentially an early warning scan. That's just passively ongoing to give Khan enough time to react to anything that might happen.
So anything y'all want to do is going to be creating a trait, so a difficulty 2 task.
Yeah. Would something to do with weather patterns help there, Griffin?
Well, yeah, if you can predict the weather, that would be great, Lieutenant.
In terms of reading and predicting how it's going to affect the ship, so you can compensate earlier. Just so the trait defines Winchester.
So you can give me reason science assisted by the ship's sensors science difficulty because of the console difficulty 1 as you try to plot the next 72 hours of weather.
Actually, speaking
this
of weather,
only can apply to the first layer, because to apply to the second layer, you'd have to accept all of the negative traits of the first layer. So this roll helps with violent winds. It could help with either the violent winds or the ionic storms of the first layer. To have this apply to the second layer, though, it becomes like a difficulty 4 task.
Okay, I'm fine with doing it to the second layer because I've got 2 determinations at the moment.
Okay.
And sorry, go ahead.
So what I'll do is if you succeed, you'll create a trait of identified weather patterns 1, and I'll mark that applies to layer 1 and 2, and you could then use additional momentum to increase the potency or create another trait.
Okay. So we're currently looking at a diff 4, which would then go down to a diff 3.
No, I was already taking the science
that was diff
into
5.
account.
Okay, got it. Lovely, charming.
So it because it's normally diff 2. Ionic storms from layer 1 increases it to 4, and ionic storms from layer 2 increases it.
Yep. Okay, no, that makes sense. I was just like, okay, so it's a diff 4. how does the value of embrace the absurdity of existence? Because my god, this place is crazy.
I'll take that because to fly into this seems almost suicidal at this point, and you're doing this to rescue people, so it's like unless you can find a way to work this out, you think the captain might get you killed to save someone else, which kind of seems absurd.
Yeah.
But
Not to
maybe
mention, it could be argued that there's 2 ships in there because someone's already tried.
yeah, that could be exactly the thing you're walking into. So I will take that determination. Yes.
So what are you doing right now? You're setting up an early warning system?
I'm setting up an advantage for the first 2 layers that'll help the pilot out.
He's figuring out
Okay.
the next 72 hours of weather in layer 1 and layer 2.
Okay.
Yes.
Can I confirm, PM, whether or not our RCS thrusters have enough to get us back out against the gravity of this before
Not
I commit to the idea?
Insight con difficulty of 3. There are very few pilots who have done this because this is not something Starfleet normally suggests.
Fair.
In most other gas giants, Starfleet just use impulse. Why would you use RCS?
Mm-hmm.
You're trying to break atmosphere. Don't use the weaker system.
Yeah. Atmospheric flight is a focus.
Yes.
Hey. Let's see. I will buy 2 dice with momentum there. So 3 momentum. Total of 5 hits on diff 3. We generate 2.
You generate 2 momentum. No.
Okay.
The gravitational the
Wonderful.
gravitational pull to stay in layer 3 and not get sucked down is going to take everything the RCS thrusters have. It's not going to overload them, right? You could spend 2 or 3 weeks down there without any danger of damaging the RCS system. But you need like 96% power to thrusters to just keep the ship in that layer, because you're talking about like at that depth you're talking about something like 15 Gs, and on top of those Gs you have the weight of the atmosphere above you.
Oh.
The reason
yeah.
you can get down there without much trouble
because all
and
those
not
G's
just
are
be
working
sucked
for
in
you.
is because you don't have atmosphere above you. And when you start getting atmosphere above you, it's pushing you in the direction you want to go.
Mm-hmm.
But when you get down there and you want to come back
So
up,
I'm going to
you have the opposite problem.
turn around in my chair again, Captain, and say, well, looking at what we can get out of our RCS, Captain, I can get us down there for sure. And we're not at risk of plummeting any further once they get us down there, but we have to use impulse to get back out of the supergiant. Up to you whether that's worth it or not.
Could you use impulse and get us out of there?
I'm fairly certain of it, yeah.
Well, if we have your vote of confidence, I believe we can do it. GM, can I make an insight engineering check to see about any other preparations we can do, any other traits we can make to prepare the ship? Because I have been thinking about it, but I can't think of anything.
Let me resolve Inverness now that y'all are committed to flying down there. So you were looking at a diff 4?
Yes.
Uh,
and as I recall, determination now just means that one of your 2 existing die just counts as a 1. It doesn't give you the 3rd die. Correct?
That is correct.
Yeah. So I still need to get 2 more successes. I will spend 3 momentum.
2, 3.
Okay.
Yes, please. Thank you.
But it's still science. So hey, I've got the ship. Hopefully,
Yeah.
if it doesn't, that's enough.
Oh,
Why
I
are you
technically-
like this?
The ship, you need the ship's sensor science.
Yes.
Oh, someone else. Literally as the.
Vernie, why are you like this? That was me who rolled for it before.
Oh.
I technically had a bonus momentum when I made my roll, I think. So I was making a one check.
Do you
Actually, let me
have
double
a
check that.
question?
Oh yeah.
No, never mind. I don't have it. It has to be specifically to pilot a starship.
Ah.
Sensors, science, 2. It's fine. Yeah, that's that. That is a momentum. Actually, look at that.
A momentum. You gain a momentum, and you have a bonus question. A momentum for question, I think.
The bonus momentum for a question, which is, so we've got the weather patterns. We've got the ion storms, which are triggered by the engines. Are there objects obscure, like in the weather, like solid objects or asteroids, rocks, anything like that in the outer layers that could be posing a threat to us?
I'll take that. I will say that from asking that question, there is the possibility of, ice formations the size of, ice formations that measure kilometers across within the first layer. They kind of sporadically form and then corrode away over time. But your question, I'll say that was not a serious threat. It was a possibility, but you're more than enough prepared to say that you're not going to come close to hitting those.
Okay. And that's a level 1 advantage. What is the difficulty for the pilot to get down there?
Div 3 right now.
Div 3?
And I
You've-
imagine that's completely
You've brought it
by the
down
ship.
to you've brought it down to a to get into layer 1. You've brought it down to a diff 2 task. To get into layer 2, it's a difficulty 5 task that you've brought down to difficulty 4.
Okay. So to that end, I think I do want to try and double the advantage. Is that just a 2 momentum?
That is 2 momentum.
Yeah. Because then it's like, it's a diff 1 to get into the first layer. That's a cakewalk for you. You can make momentum, and hopefully from that momentum have a lot more to go into the now easier second layer as well, if we do that course of action.
Sure.
Yeah, so not only is the weather pattern up, but like Inverni's tacked it to your suggested course. So like at each 5-minute interval, you get a new little pop-up that says, for the next 10 minutes, this is what you should expect, right?
And it's got like active monitoring on it, so when there's a slight change that changes the predictions, he's like live feeding it to you.
Like an overlay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's that kind of handles you two for right now. So Loris, did anything come to mind, or do you need a roll?
Yeah, can I make an insight engineering roll? Because I don't really have any obvious ideas.
Does anyone else have an idea?
I have an idea. It's definitely a harebrained idea, but I have an idea for how I'd have the idea too in character.
Well, we are the humans talking to the Vulcans. Let's go for hairbrain.
Exactly.
With concepts of a plan.
I have a concept of plan. So it's Aratona, they have lightning rods on the place you were on. I know they don't have them on a lot of the more developed worlds. They're on like weather control now, but we
Yes.
had lightning rods when I was growing up in Archer 4. Like big metal tubes sucking the lightning basically.
Right.
And these things are attracted by high energy. What if we fired out a burst of torpedoes when we were reaching a layer and used that to attract the ion storms off of our path?
All right. Off of that, I will give the captain insight engineering difficulty 3.
All right.
Okay. I thought you were going with lightning rods on the hull for a second, and then you went that direction.
There is Solaris thinks there is a much more realistic implementation of this that you've
Mhm.
read about before. You just need to remember if you recall enough detail to pull it off yourself.
Inside engineering. 100 years of knowledge. I've spent a lot of time doing engineering stuff. I know a lot of random facts.
Yes, this is actually something that you never had to do on the Bellerophon, but you were trained how to do.
Okay. Take a momentum.
No momentum gained.
That is a pass.
This could easily be a repurpose of electronic countermeasures, which you can alter the probes to become. Like, you were taught this because what happens if the Bellerophon gets jumped by a bird of prey, like a D7 or something? It's not gonna hold together in a fight real well, so shoot out some of the probes to make it look like you've deployed shuttles and fighters, and hopefully they waste a couple of shots, and that gives you time to get an upper hand in the fight. But you could just deploy those electric countermeasures. Their whole purpose is to put off a bunch of energy to replicate the power of shuttlecraft engines. If they put out enough energy that a sensor would think they're shuttlecraft engines, then that should be enough power to attract the ionic storms. And the storms, like, they've built up a large amount of free electrons, and that's why they are dangerous. But if you just like send out these countermeasures, they react, cause a electric discharge. It's probably going to destroy the countermeasure easily, but it's going to be a while before enough energy builds back up to cause another discharge. So this would not help get down there, but it would help you if you wanted to move at impulse. So right now you think it's it's the beginning of a plan to get back out. It would only help you get down if you decided not to use the RCS, but you've already been suggested a really good way to use the RCS without damaging the ship. But definitely, if you want to, you could either now or in the future create a trait related to electronic countermeasures that would help you use impulse.
Yeah, can I create a trait? I will say, Inverni, you have the bridge. I have to go do something, and I want to go down to I don't know where I would go down to, but I'd like to go down to
You'd go
engineering or Shell Bay and work on creating these.
Yep, you'd go up to the torpedo room.
All right, yeah, yeah, all right. And Aratana, if you would like to assist me, we are going to be making we are going to be putting our electronic warfare knowledge to the test.
Captain.
Human bridge, ooga chaka, ooga chaka.
Hey, there's a bird here.
Yes.
Pin the human
Although-
back on his back.
No,
It's
no.
fine.
Although the bird,
Everything we've done about getting into and out of this gas giant.
although the bird really doesn't know why he's here at this point.
Well, he
Mhm.
was here to help identify that these are people.
Yes, and that worked.
He could
We identified that they're people.
potentially. Something the bird could do is with the interesting. These are humans ? Data that we have. If he wanted to work on that,
Oh yes,
Yep,
try
that's still
it.
sitting out there.
Hmm?
That's still sitting out there.
Oh yes, I could indeed try to parse this data even further.
so we'll have the captain and Artana run off and then do their thing, and then we'll have you do your thing.
All right. Who's leading the electronic warfare
Get out of here.
effort?
Can
Depends what
I
the tech
lead
is.
that with like
My turn.
control engineering?
Um, I will say no, only because this is not a unknown. You don't need to
Create anything?
you don't need to figure out how to do this. The documents are already there. To do engineering would be to try to reinvent the wheel.
Mhm.
There is a standard Starfleet security procedure to achieve this.
All right, then I think you're leading this.
Captain.
Control security. Difficulty 2. You can be assisted by the ship's computer's security.
And can I help with control engineering on the grounds that I'm helping do the physical manufacturing and
Yes.
assembly? Okay.
Console, not the actual. What's that? I'm gonna roll flex. I imagine between the two of us we'll be able to, and the ship, we should be able to pull this off.
I'll allow inspiring presence unless the security officer wants to spend stress to not accept it.
I'd accept it.
No, I
yeah,
will not let
if
your
that
dumbassery inspire me.
Yeah, then
like what, div 1 now?
Well, in this case, it's not directly related to the task. I'll give it in the form of a bonus momentum. You can ask about working with the captain.
Okay.
That's a success.
Ship.
So 1 momentum. Should you have a complication range of? Oh, that's the ship. Sorry.
Yeah, it's the ship being weird.
So that looks like 3 momentum and a question related to the ship's tactical systems, the countermeasures, or working with the captain.
Question that would jump at me is how many times can we pull this stunt? Like as many as we have torpedoes we've modified, or is it a one-shot burst and hope we don't we don't do it again? We don't need to do it again.
Depleting the ship's entire stock of probes, which would also basically mean that regardless of the outcome of this mission, you're headed back to K4. you could do this enough with the rate at which you can fire torpedoes, and the speed of the ship. You could do this enough to have the ship fly out but only if it's traveling at least 1/2 impulse. Anything less than 1/2 impulse, you're gonna run out of probes before you reach the end of the first layer, which is the most dangerous layer. Alternatively, right, going above 1/2 impulse, you might have some spare left. Like if you're going at full impulse, actually, so going at 1/2 impulse is the speed you want to be going at. Sorry. Going at anything less than that, you're going to run out of probes. Going anything more than that, you're going to you can't fire fast enough. You working with the entire ship security department down here could not cycle the machinery fast enough to fire the probes.
Could I, by like increasing potency of the trait, give suggestions to kind of help with the the probes last a tiny bit longer? Like it's so we're kind of stretching how long they last to give us a bit more butter room.
Yeah, put extra fuel cells on there. Kind of redundant if you want them to be sensor blips, but helpful in this case where they need to attract energy.
Yeah.
Well, no, the issue is not what the probes are capable of attracting. The problem is that if you're traveling faster than 1/2 impulse, as soon as Aratana's fired a probe, the ship is already past that probe. And gets hit before the probe has a chance to ignite itself. For a little while, right, Aratana will be shooting countermeasures ahead of the ship, but the rate at which the ship is traveling will quickly overtake how fast Aratana can fire the probes. I will allow you to increase the potency. But before that becomes available, I make an offer of a trade. So to get from electronic warfare countermeasures 1 to 2, I'll allow that without a spend at the expense of the trait depleted torpedo stock, as what ready torpedo stores you have on this deck are moved to storage and you bring up more of the probes. And then I'll allow you to spend from 2 to 3. If that makes sense, just to kind of set up how you're gonna.
So that I would get that if I, without spending momentum, I would just be gaining the negative trait blowing through our torpedoes, basically.
The net, yes. So you get the negative, but in exchange you get an increase in potency to countermeasures, and then you could further increase it ahead of that without with a spend, is what I was saying. So instead of spending to get to countermeasure 2, I'm offering a chance and a way to get to potentially countermeasures 3.
Aratino will kind of explain this plan to the captain, just kind of going, well, we can do this, but if we do this with the torpedoes and if we move them out of the way and just pull every probe we have, we can do it this way. Downside is we have no more torpedoes, but on the plus side, with the right modifications, this could make it. This can help us drill a hole all the way back to the top far more easily than the initial plan we had in mind.
You
Downside
could
is
head out at full impulse.
Yeah.
I believe that she kind of ponders for a second, and she makes a reference to a very bold style of Calto play, and she says, I believe it is the proper course to be bold here, because if we enter a firefight down there for some unknown reason, then I believe we have already made several colossal errors, and we are not likely to win through anything other than escape anyways. These torpedoes are best spent assuring our way out of here. So yes, you have permission to do so.
Hi, Captain.
So for the next couple of hours, your two assistants are going to be up here, like cycling a torpedo down, bringing a probe up. They're going to be really busy. But for 2 momentum, that gets you to Electronic Warfare Countermeasures 3 and Depleted Torpedoes 1.
Okay.
Again, that is mostly going to be useful on the way back up.
Oh yeah.
Okay. But that was going to be the hard part anyways. So
Yeah.
That was the part I was scared of. Yeah, was us getting out.
Doctor, what were you looking into?
I was given instructions to take a look at these rudimentary life sign readings that seem to be confused, that seem to be very confused. And what are they? Are they mixed when they shouldn't be?
Yeah, so give me insight medicine assisted by the ship's computer's medicine, and you get a free hit here, or well, so it'll go from diff 2 to diff 1 because you have analyzed medical telemetry.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, sorry, but that's canceled out by having the weak human-like life signs. So diff 2 assisted insight medicine assisted by ship's computer's medicine.
I do not have a focus here. I'm just looking through my stuff. Would you consider this a medicine task to identify and diagnose the nature of a medical problem?
You don't know it yet, but yes.
Oh.
Okay. Cool.
Well, it's to
That's
identify.
great.
So this works.
Because in that case, it means that I will, if I succeed at this,
You get a question for every d20.
that I buy using momentum, which I'm about to spend a momentum. So
You also I'll bring this down in diff. Hold on. Okay, I was going to give you additional information. Quick study is going to bring this down from diff 2 to diff 1 because because you don't know it yet, but if you succeed, it will happen to be a species you're unfamiliar with.
oh, well, that's 4 hits.
4 hits on a diff 1.
That's 3 momentum, and
Doctor, the first thing you get is Starfleet Medical Lockout. Authorized information only for the chief medical officer in situations of emergency or life-threatening circumstances, or upon captain's authorization.
The good thing is he is the CMO.
Well, the thing I was going to ask is, under the circumstances, would Inverni be able to provide that authorization, or would it have to be?
No, it has to
Oh.
be either you have to log in the computer that the situation warrants me looking at this because either the situation is life threatening or there is a matter of life and death medical procedure which needs this information, or you need the captain's permission. And if for the captain to give permission, they'd have to give a similar answer, but they could give it from a non-medical perspective.
Is there anything that I've determined before I've hit this point, or?
No, as you're starting to put together some preliminary thoughts, and the computer seems to have locked up because like someone asked X, Y, and Z. If they're asking X, Y, and Z, they're headed towards this answer, and this answer is restricted by Starfleet Medical. So because you've asked these 3 questions, I'm saying you cannot go further.
Okay. Cool. I have a bad feeling that I know where this is going. And how far do we have to go until we get there?
Y'all haven't started yet, so once y'all start, it'll be over 12 hours of flying.
Oh, well then I'm not going to I will page to the captain then.
I will offer for momentum. I can tell you right now whether you're in the position to authorize yourself without a rep ding, but you could also call the captain.
Yeah, I have a bonus momentum effectively.
Because you know that there are life signs, you are in a qualified position to override this without Starfleet Medical questioning it.
Oh, because there are individuals that
Trapped
are
below
giving me
they're trapped in a very dangerous situation. So yeah.
like okay. In which case, Dr. Tweer will still turn to Lieutenant Inverni. Excuse me.
Yes, Doctor.
I must make it known at this time that in researching the mysterious life sign readings, I have received a medical lockout. Considering the dangerous circumstances likely awaiting them beneath the cloud's surface, it's quite likely that this information is going to be paramount to their survival. As such, as the chief medical officer of this ship, I am taking the steps necessary to remove that lockout. I just thought it best to make it known for the record.
Very good, Doctor. It's noted.
I'm sure Inverni hits a few buttons to like record the last 2 minutes of bridge conversation to the captain's log.
Yeah, pretty much.
But that's all that's required of him.
Just like leave a note of it specifically, like, oh yeah, Captain will need to acknowledge this.
Actually, I mean, the captain will want to acknowledge it in her log, but as far as Starfleet's concerned,
The word starts and ends with the doctor.
yeah, the doctor's provided all the necessary authorization that's needed.
It's a medical thing.
Not as in the captain needs to approve it, as in just so the captain can acknowledge that it happened on her ship.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. No, that's what I meant by making a note of it.
All right.
Yeah, no, it's very funny to picture the captain in Aratana like talking about Calto's strategy as they do a monotonous task of reassembling torpedoes to function as energy emitters, and you guys are having like an intense conversation about unraveling what sounds like one of Starfleet's biggest secrets.
Awesome. All right, putting in the necessary medical authorization codes now. Uh, uh, and he enters said code. Dr. Welut Tweer, medical authorization code Mary Ann Cole.
The computer returns you a result, which I have messaged you.
His feathers just ruffle. Oh dear. Oh dear. This is concerning. Lieutenant Verney, we should get the captain up here as soon as possible.
I will take a momentum as the scene changes and the preparations are finished. All that remains is a possible conference between the doctor and the captain, and the captain's decision ultimately to go down or not. So yeah, we jump forward a couple of hours, and actually, this is probably imagine a conversation that happens in the captain's ready room.
I was going to say, yeah, either
Is
there or
the
in
first-
the medical bay.
Does the yeah, actually we'll say unless the captain
Because
objects, because you've got the medical computer and access in the med bay.
I like to imagine that Dr. Tweer walks in with the captain and says, Courseman Conway, if you could go down to the storage and take stock of our medical supplies, we may have many incoming injured, and I want to make sure that our emergency supplies are up to snuff.
The corpsman kind of takes a look for a second. He's young, but he wasn't born yesterday. The captain has not come down to the med bay for any miscellaneous reason ever. He wants to be in this room. He wants to be a fly on the wall, but has no good justification for it. So he kind of reluctantly walks off to go count.
Beans.
Yeah.
Hyposprays
Hyposprays.
and
Yeah,
protoplazers and
yeah. The lieutenant commander, has like the signature quizzical Vulcan eyebrow raise, and she presses the button to lock the door, and she says, "Okay, Dr. Tweer, what was so important that you could not tell me on the bridge?"
nor would I necessarily wish to discuss it with you even in your own ready room, as confining it to the medical bay means that, at the very least, I can manage to keep this as a matter of medical record. I have gone through the life sign scans from those beneath the cloud's surface, and I detected something rather troublesome. I detected a number of non-human species beneath the cloud's surface. However, I also detected aspects of human biology. Part of the reason I wished to tell you in private is not only because of your position as captain, but because, well, you are neither of us are human, and this matter is considered a very touchy one to humans. And he turns the monitor around. In these non-human entities, I have detected signs of the human augment virus.
A double quizzical Vulcan eyebrow, and she says, augmentation is illegal. The augments were exiled from Earth. What are they doing here?
I do not think you understand. These are not humans that were augmented with the human augment virus. These are another species entirely.
What species?
Was I able to determine that?
I would require a insight medicine difficulty 5 from the doctor, as Starfleet has only managed to capture a handful of these people alive
Yep.
to scan them. And the records before the last decade were basically president's eyes only.
I have two values that could come into play here. Either no medical mystery remains unsolved, or only trust that which you observe with your own eyes.
I'll take the first one because this is a solved mystery, but almost no one knows that, right? Whether this isn't you knowing that you could solve this mystery, this is you knowing that the answer's out there. It's just not talked about.
Mm-hmm. We'll also spend 2 momentum for a fourth
It's-
die.
You would need to give me a threat to get to a fourth die. It's 1 momentum for the third and 1 momentum, 1 threat for the fourth.
Oh, wait, what? Is that how that works?
Yeah, because the determination isn't an extra die. The determination is you choose one of your dice. Here we presume the first one, and that one is counted as rolling a 1.
Oh, so I could just spend 1 momentum for a third die?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, cool, cool. Okay. So it's no longer a thing. Okay. That's neat. I like that. Does my quick
Will you be s-
study come into play?
Double checking, you do want to spend momentum for buy a die.
Yep. Definitely.
You're only rolling 2 dice, though.
The 3.
No, one of them automatically
Well,
turns into a
yes.
1.
Oh.
Yeah,
Oh.
you are rolling 3 dice, but if we were at a table, you would take your first dice, set it to the side as a 1, and now you're only rolling 2.
Okay, then yeah, I am going to want to spend, I'm gonna want to spend another momentum and a threat.
Actually, quick study, difficulty 0.
Oh,
Because
never
reading
mind.
it doesn't say a single die of difficulty. It says if it's related to an unfamiliar species or procedure, you ignore difficulty increase. The entire difficulty here is coming from your unfamiliarity.
Oh my god. So nix everything I said about the determination. I'm still spending a momentum because that gives me a reroll,
Okay.
and that'll help for comp quashing. Infectious diseases, because it is technically a virus.
Yes.
You're technically a virus.
I don't think that's true.
No,
You
it's
have a
living.
Hey, I saw in the Matrix, humanity is a virus. Oh wait, you're not human. Don't worry about
He
it.
can reproduce without another species, so no.
What did you say? Insight
you do have a
medicine?
viro, but whether or not that's you is a different question.
Did you say insight medicine?
Insight medicine.
Cool.
We all have cell walls, we're not viruses.
You gain 4
4.
momentum.
Get a bonus question.
So remind me what your question was again.
What the captain asked, well, what species is it that's been augmented with the human augment virus? I have a feeling I know, but
I will tell you because you may not wish to say. But
yeah, okay,
s-
yeah, the captain's gonna need to
this
know that.
information was for a long time only known at the highest levels of Starfleet Command. It's becoming more widely known, but only in isolated cases as some prisoners have been taken.
Okay, bonus momentum. Is it illegal to let the captain know about this?
Hmm. No. Starfleet Medical no longer thinks they can keep a lid on this.
Okay.
They don't want
yeah.
it. They don't want you telling anyone. Like, you could get in trouble for sharing classified information, but this is no longer under a special classification that would exclude the captain. Now
and-
it's just
and-
high-level officers rather than it used to be like admirals and above.
And select individuals in intelligence with relevant.
Yeah,
clearance.
like 10 years ago, you wouldn't have qualified to know this.
Okay. But because I am a medical officer.
The reason you're allowed to know now is because there are more and more basically chief medical officers out in the fleet who are learning this spontaneously.
And encountering it.
Yep.
And it becomes need to know.
Yep.
Okay, cool. Captain, these are Klingons.
The captain's brow furrows and she says, Klingons infected with the augment virus?
Indeed, it would appear that it is something that the Federation has been aware of for some time, but is something that is only recently becoming privy to certain command level personnel and medical professionals, such as myself.
Right.
How you wish to disseminate this information, of course, I leave up to you, Captain. But,
this is where I spend 4 threat for a reveal.
Okay.
oh my. Also, he who is keeping a handle on our momentum, don't forget, I generated 4 momentum.
No. You're giving me lip.
No.
I spend it on obtaining questions about the color of my outfit.
Red?
The more questions
Probably.
you ask, the closer to orange it gets.
Yeah. I want to know the exact hex code in. No, I want to know the hue first, then the saturation, then the.
Oh my god.
I mean, that gets into questions about the
Captain.
actual prop versus how it looks on film. Yeah, I'm here.
You realize saving this crew is paramount.
Mhm.
Starfleet doesn't leave people behind like this because it's
Mhm.
inconvenient. But with what Inverni told you before, there's little doubt in your mind that once you take the ship through a dangerous situation with its torpedo room stocked with electronic countermeasures, and potentially damaged from the atmosphere, you might be facing off against a D7 battlecruiser.
Oh, awesome.
This is not something Dr. Tuir, this is not his thought process, right? Dr. Tuir has been thinking this whole time of who could
Meta.
who could this be? Like, who are these people? Why are they like this? What's with this Starfleet medical lockout, right? But you're a command officer. As soon as he says Klingons, your first thought is, I'm not prepared to handle a Klingon D7. But that may be what the mission calls for.
Especially one that might not know the war's over.
That is, yes,
Oh,
that is
no.
the secondary realization. It might be a D7 that doesn't know the war is over.
D7 that doesn't know the war is over, but has been peacefully coexisting for some time with another Federation vessel.
Perhaps.
Is it possible they're not even aware of each other? I thought you.
No,
I-
they're within their centers of mass are within 200 meters of each other.
Okay. Our orders are our orders, regardless of circumstance. Thank you for informing me, but this will change little about the mission. Yeah, then I believe everything else is ready, and now knowing this fact, she will still give the order to begin the descent.
All right, I'll remove the trait weak human-like life signs because at least the doctor and the captain know exactly why Inverni got confusing life signs.
Yeah, actually, can I do a
Oh, I need to
rally?
get out of the chair. Fuck.
Can I do a rally by giving a speech as we begin to descend?
Yes.
Yeah,
Presence
she'll.
command. I'm going to make this difficulty 2. Not because others are particularly worried, right? The crew has come up with a lot of great solutions to take the danger out of this situation, but Solaris is trying to tell them that, trying to reinforce that we're going to do this, we're going to do it safe, and we're going to get our people back. All the while, Solaris knows there is a ship that carries more torpedoes probably than the mass of my ship
Mhm,
down
mhm.
there. And I still need to, fire the crew up.
Yeah, no, she'll just say, she'll just say all of you were handpicked for your unique skills and talents. This will be a very difficult rescue operation that will test the very limits of what we can do as a ship, and as a crew, but I have faith in you and you have faith in me, and through our mutual trust and cooperation, we will successfully be able to bring as many people home alive as possible.
So I will give you inspiring presence, which will bring that down to 1. And I will allow you to use rhetoric because you need
Yes.
to inspire people and you need to prepare them for the idea that this is
Still
we're
not
not
safe.
through it yet. It is still
Nope.
not a safe
We're
situation.
going into the
Without-
belly of the beast. We are going down, descending into a very dangerous situation, and I need you all to still be on your A game.
Yeah. You're preparing the crew to handle a D7 without saying, there's a battle cruiser down there. We're all gonna die.
Yeah, so that's presence command. I do have my focus finally comes into play. Inspiring presence. It brings us down to diff 1, and I'm going to spend 3 momentum. Okay, that backfired because I spent more momentum than I gained.
Gain 2 momentum. Oh, there's always determination.
Okay.
There is always determination. It's true.
Okay. Sure. Can I spend determination on? Let me look at the directives again. Do not allow the USS Fisher to fall into the hands of hostile or pre-warp civilizations.
Yes.
All right. then I will say
Oh, hold on.
mhm,
No,
because no one else knows that.
no, because the Klingons may not know this, but you do. The Klingons aren't a hostile species anymore. There is an
We're at
official
peace
signed
with
treaty,
them, but we don't want them to have our battle cruisers.
except that part of that treaty is acknowledging captures, right? Starfleet didn't want to give back the D7s it took during the war,
Okay.
right? So the difficulty here is that you already know the problem you're going to run into.
Okay.
I'll tell you that because you tried to use that value, right? You already know you're going to run into the problem that whoever like is kind of in charge of the situation down there probably has gotten their side a really big boon in intelligence, and there's not much you can do about it anymore unless you skirt the treaty, right?
Yep.
Because if they've captured the Fisher, there's nothing legal you can do about it. You might have a solution that's that colors between the lines, but if there was a JAG officer standing next to you, his opinion would be that they would own the ship, and vice versa.
Right, I got you.
Yeah.
All right. Directive 2, then recover the crew of the USS Fisher.
Yes.
I was just going to say they're also not pre-warp.
No, they're not pre-warp. That is obvious. But
Okay, so that's net +1.
Yeah.
yes.
And throughout the course of this speech, she will, or after the end of the speech, and she will give the order to descend. You said it would take up to 12 hours to descend, so she will,
Yes.
at a certain point, take a couple steps over to Aratana and politely whisper into Aratana's ear that the other vessel down there that is not owned by the Federation is expected to be crewed by Klingons, and that it's possible that we will face combat when we go down there.
Matt, I kind of give you a glare. I steady myself and then just whisper back. Then I might suggest that we elevate to red alert then, Captain.
It will be 12 hours before we arrive. We can move to red alert once we are entering the lower atmosphere. I do not wish to put the crew under immense amount of strain before the difficult part begins.
I would like my request noted in your log, Captain. Assuming we
Choose
get
that
the other
desire.
side of this.
As you desire.
I'm
Is
gonna
no-
I'm gonna spend 2 threat for a trait that only applies to Chief Aratana. The trait is Klingons don't fire warning shots, basically.
Yeah.
Aratana knows that smugglers and unintelligent beasts may be frightened by warning shots and may themselves make displays of threat before actually engaging. But Aratana may be, for the first time, about to encounter people who have built their entire reputation on the fact that they don't fire warning shots.
Mm-hmm.
But
with the knowledge that it's going to be a long flight down, is it all right to establish? While I wasn't doing anything during the like preparations that were happening for the probes and stuff that I was catching from Jedi. Because it would have
Yes,
technically still
there's
been
a-
my
th-
duty ship, so I would have had to ask.
You'll have enough
Xoni.
going here that assuming that you're competent officers, y'all are not going to exhaust yourselves.
Mhm.
There are a couple of different ways you could handle this, but by taking breaks at specific times, making sure the right officers are on duty, but augmented by people who, but augmented by the crew, while one or two important officers are getting rest, right? So I'm not
Yeah,
going to
like
hit you with that.
yeah, basically narratively, I expect that Gwendolyn's gonna want to be at the con the entire time. And to do that, she needed to take some rest before starting to fly down.
So to get through the first layer, it is Daring Con, difficulty 1, assisted by actually it cannot be assisted by the ship.
Yeah, no, I specifically made it so it couldn't be. Atmospheric flight in the focus.
Yes.
I will buy 1 die with momentum.
Okay.
Generate 2.
Float.
There's also 1 additional float because of flight controller. So 2 float. Can I use those 2 float to establish smooth flight in this layer?
To say that again?
To establish something like smooth flight in the first layer?
I'll let you say that the time has been halved. It actually only ended up taking 6 hours because you took advantage of prevailing winds in the first layer. Like you didn't fight
Okay.
against them, you found out how to use them to push you deeper. Like
I'm flying
occasionally
this
you'll
thing
come
like a
across a
fighter plane
vortex
right
that
now.
wants to suck you down into the second layer and you just let it.
Yeah.
Like normally a pilot might say, hey, let's avoid the eye of that storm, but you're like, nope, that's exactly where I need to be right now.
Look, I'm piloting a quickly dropping rock right now.
Yeah,
I'm making it drop safely.
debatable.
Well,
In the second layer, you need to make a Daring Con difficulty so normally diff 5, but advantages bring it down to diff 3. And you have 1 roll, or you you might start taking damage because of the hot thermal layer. Like it's over 1,000 degrees Kelvin around the ship right now.
yeah, no, I
Sorry,
imagine that
Celsius, not Kelvin.
I imagine through the first layer, a lot of the like RCS thrusters were doing a little bit of counter thrust to make sure we're dropping at a reasonable rate. Now I'm just pushing those thrusters to get us dropping faster.
I'm
on
gonna
atmosphere
spend
flight.
2. To create the trait just for this roll of overheated thrusters. As you're about 1/10 of the way through the second layer, you get a hurried and frantic call over the comms as from not from Chief Revere, Lieutenant Revere, who's in main engineering, but directly bypassing the chief straight from the impulse room where the secondary RTS thruster control is from Chief Engineman Al-Rahman, who kind of frantically says over the comms, Chief Griffin, the secondary thruster array is at 110% allocated heat. It has to go off now. You're going to have to do this with half power.
He swears, I think, just full out on the bridge and supposed to do that, does that, and just cuts thrusters and starts, or cuts thrust power to be used for speed and diverts it all to maneuvering and starts to try and use the shape of the ship for control surfaces to increase speed instead.
All right. So you're back up to difficulty 4.
All right, 4. Wonderful. Wow, I have so many values that work here and no determination to spend.
Someone could give you one. Oh no, you can't. You already spent it. Never mind.
Yeah.
But
I have another determination.
But you can't give it to them. You'd have
be
to
the captain.
spend momentum. You can spend momentum, but you would have had to do that to give theirs back to them when they
Yeah, when I spent it.
Yeah, at the time, it's still
Yeah.
such a silly part of that one, I believe.
It makes sense because otherwise it's just, oh, we spent we have bonus momentum on this roll. You get your determination back. You get, you know.
Well, you can only do it once, I believe, anyway. No, it is just when you have.
No, it's
determination.
repeatable.
Yeah, never mind.
Like you can chain that as many times as you want to spend.
Well, twice because it costs 3 each time.
Yeah,
Fair.
I can't. There's no way for you to get a determination on this one because that only comes afterwards. But I will offer a determination either for a complication or a changed value on I lost one ship when I wasn't there. I won't lose another. If the ship gets damaged here, it will be your fault. There will be no one else to blame.
Yeah.
It will be because you wanted to go faster than the ship could handle. You exceeded the limits, right? Your value here is fighting against the other ones because there's no one else to blame in this situation but you. So you could take a complication or you could lose that value.
I think that value is too integral, so I'll take the complication.
All right.
So I gain a determination, but it can't be used on this roll, correct?
You gain a determination after this roll.
Okay.
And that complication is going to be that the ship is going to take 1 hit of intensity 3.
Right.
Because you've kind of accepted that you didn't write out the value, which means right you're not saying writing out the value would be
Wait, I thought writing out the value would be that I didn't care about that. Like I'm taking like I'll lean against my desire to go fast because I didn't want to lose another and cross out that value.
So in this case, if you struck out the value, right, you're saying you know that you're not worried about it, right? You don't fear you're going to lose the ship. In that case, you would risk burning out the thrusters to avoid the heat damage. But
Got
in
it.
this case, you're saying I do care about losing the ship, and so I can't burn the thrusters out. We need those to stay in the third layer, right? If I burn them out now,
Got it.
I might kill everybody. And you're willing to let the ship, the hull be scorched, maybe the
Right, I'm giving
shields
this
to be overloaded
character.
to avoid the
Yeah.
thrusters being destroyed.
Got it. Makes sense. Just needed the logic there, so I was confused. Pretty
So,
good.
so we are. So we take a breach then, because we don't. Would we have to have had our shields down this whole time, because that was going to attract the storm, right?
No. The shields were the only system that can
Stay on.
they can stay on,
Okay, good.
because for every amount of damage the ion storm does to them, a competent shield technician can use that energy to reinforce the shields. The other systems, like the nacelles, the hull, hell, the computer, if you had no shields on, they have no way to protect you against the ion storm. They only have a way to invite the ion storm.
Hmm.
The shield has a way to invite it and push back against it, so it's kind of neutral in the situation.
Okay.
All right. So does that hit happen before I make the roll or after?
After.
Cool. Then daring con difficulty 4, comp 2 is the final roll.
You don't have an increased complication except for the ship.
Ship's getting hit.
Difficulty 4, comp 1.
Oh yeah, you're not getting an increased chance of complication. You are getting a complication.
Yeah,
Like it does happen.
just happens.
It has arrived.
I will spend 6 momentum for 5 dice here.
Feeling spicy today, aren't we?
There are. Well, I don't have a
Uh,
determination for a
The entire
reroll. you see.
atmosphere around you is feeling spicy, so it's okay to feel it back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gas giants are just spicy space.
This is more than just a gas giant. This is a gas giant that desperately wants to be a star. It's just not quite big enough.
Okay, it's very spicy space.
It's very spicy space. That's 2 comps. Only 2 heads.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
So with the
I hope you like space because it's or spiciness because it's about to enter into our atmosphere.
Yeah.
with determination, that only puts you at 4 successes. Wait, which is what you needed? Yes.
No, but I didn't spend determination. I got determination.
Oh, you're
But I
right.
wasn't able to spend it on this. On
You're
the.
short,
Can I spend
too.
it to reroll?
No. This
So I only
task
get it
has
on the
to be
resolution. Okay.
this task has to be done and over.
Yeah. So
Oh no.
unless the captain has a way of getting a determination and giving it to me, I
Okay, good.
don't know that I have something there.
So the outcome of this, if the captain can't get you a determination, is you take 2 hits.
Yeah.
Okay. False signals part 2. I use the I give nothing but my best. My crew expect nothing but the same to rally the crew before we got into the big fight with the animals. So could I spend that milestone to have a determination so that I can rally again on her now?
Hold on a second.
Okay.
Okay, so here's your trouble. To
Yeah.
do this, you need to have a determination, because you have to have a determination to spend on one of your values. Spend it on the value that you used last time, and then explain how it's connected to that last time. If you do that, you gain a point of determination. You don't you don't just calling back does not get
Okay.
you a point. So you would need to think of some way to get yourself a point of determination to pull this off.
Okay. Can I cross out my second value? There is nothing that cannot be achieved through rational discussion on the grounds that we don't need rational discussion here. We don't need that. What we need is for me to give an order to my helmsman to correct her mistakes so we don't die. This isn't a fireside debate. This is me giving you an order that you have to do.
You'll have to hold on a second.
Okay.
Okay, yes, because it specifically says when you're in a task or an otherwise difficult situation, you don't actually have to be making a task. You just need to be in a situation that is you couldn't do this to like let's say Aratana was trying to negotiate for a ship part or something y'all had to have for a mission, but it wasn't like life critical. You couldn't give Aratana you couldn't go through all of this rigmarole to get them a determination, because you're not your failure doesn't necessarily mean this is a difficult situation. Like it could be an easy situation you just mishandled, but this situation you find yourself in does meet the standard, I think.
Okay.
So how this works is you either have to challenge or comply, and then you get a determination, and because this is not tied to a task, you get it now.
Okay.
So before you spend it, what if I did a
Mhm.
callback, spent my determination to make a bunch of momentum, then you did the thing and I gave you your determination back? Would that be technically possible?
So what that is a question of should Inverni or the captain be the one who changes significantly in their character because of this, and
I
I
said
would
callback. Because I don't
say
need to burn something. I've got a determination still. So what I was thinking
either
was call back and spend a
way.
determination for Spirit of Discovery to
Either
make momentum.
way,
But yeah.
this is a my default is to let the captain here finish out, because
Okay.
either way, doing the callback means that character is going to get an upgrade, which means this is a significant moment for that character. And since the captain was the first one to broach the subject, I would default to giving them the opportunity first.
Yeah, no, my suggestion was literally just so I could give them back the determination at the end of this so they still have something for the progressing. But yeah.
They want to use their XO power, basically.
Oh, after. Sorry, I was thinking
Mhm.
So
before.
yeah, the only reason I was
Okay.
saying like now is because technically I need to have the momentum at the time to do the spend, right?
They'd have to Spirit of Discovery themselves to fire to
Yeah.
get momentum, so they could spend 3 momentum to give it back to the.
So I was saying if I was going to do the Spirit of Discovery thing, I could, because it's a determination spend and that's how that apparently works, do the callback when doing that because it's the exact same kind of situation.
Because Spirit of Discovery
to
requires
allow
a
the-
value
the ex-
spend, I believe.
to allow the captain to continue being able to use the determination or again give it to someone else if needed. I'm trying to collaborate with them. Not steal their thunder. I'm trying to actually allow them to continue being a rolling thunder.
They would still have to accept it, so I will ask. Do you want Solaris to have a challenging moment they have to overcome here, or do you want to look over and be reinforced and supported by the XO as you
Well,
try
it's
to
still a
guide the crew?
challenging moment either way, because I'm still challenging the value. He was just getting me my determination back. That was my understanding.
As if like accepting their challenge of it, I guess.
And their XL is like buoying
But
them
to
up.
get it, sorry, I'm confused because to do that, you would have to do this after they've rolled. Why would you need to do something before?
To use the XO ability, you have to. You can only spend once you've spent the. I spend determination. You spend 3 momentum to get it back.
Yeah.
If the roll's
So I
come
have-
and gone, it's too late. He's waited too long.
Oh,
Yeah,
That's
It's
why his
momentum.
power
That's the
is
reason
so
why.
narrow. It has to happen at the moment of impact.
Yeah. If it could happen after, I would 100% do this after their roll. But it has to be at the time they spend the determination.
We're in such a weird order of operations right now.
no, I think that's being too strict.
If you let me do it after, then that's fine.
I would let you do it after, as long as you're completing the whole process right
Yeah.
then.
Okay, yeah, sure.
Right,
Okay.
because in the same way, I'm not needling the captain to death on saying determination has to be gained from a task, or you have to wait for this whole situation to be over.
Yep.
I'm trying to be fair in reading this to not be
Yep.
too restrictive. So, yes, as long as you do follow through on the whole thing,
Yep.
I wouldn't allow you to only do the first half of this and then just kind of nope out.
No, I get you. I get you.
Okay, so then the first thing the captain has to do to support the con officer here is you either strike out your value or you give in to your value and get a complication.
Yeah, I'm striking out. There's nothing that can be achieved through rational discussion, as I am directly violating that by not having a discussion with her, but by giving her an order she must comply with.
Yeah, she is the better. She's better at. She is a better con officer than you are,
Mhm.
and you're not taking any of her opinion into account.
Yep.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, I feel like narratively, this is. Sorry, go ahead. Yeah.
Okay. So, in that case, you strike out that value, and you gain a point of determination. And then I believe you are going to use that on something.
Yes, I would like to use the CO ability to give that to her by activating it on. I give nothing but my best to my crew. I expect nothing but the same.
And is that tied to something
To a log.
that's tied to
Yeah, so
false
at this
signals
point,
too?
you could tie it to a log and gain an additional point of determination.
The session's going to be over soon, guys. I don't need this many determinations. I'll take one from Inverni, but
It's going to be over an hour almost.
okay, but I
There's
don't
still
think I
plenty of
need
time.
two. Okay.
So
It's up to you. but yeah.
regardless of whether Inverni does what they're going to do, you want to attach this to the second one if it makes sense to you, because you get to upgrade your character if you do that.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm
like,
sorry.
The
Oh, okay.
determination is a nice side benefit.
This is how you get an arc, basically.
Okay. Okay. I'm sorry.
No, you're good.
Okay.
We're in a new
okay.
system.
This is a very confusing conversation. Okay, so yes, I would like to call that. Okay, can you give me the page number for where this is at, because I don't remember how this works.
167. So you choose the value like you've done, and
Mhm.
then you call back to a previous adventure where you used the same value.
Okay, well, I used this previous value on False Signals Part 2 to do a similar thing of inspiring my crew to redouble their efforts.
All right. So then what you're gonna do is, after this False Signals Part 2, you're gonna put called back
Mhm.
in a war without a world without war, gained milestone, and I'll guide you through what that means after the session's
Okay.
over.
Okay. Yeah, as she stands up and says, redouble your efforts, failure is not an option here.
And you gain a point of determination, not from any other source other than like
Mhm.
you've been in this situation before, and you're not going to face the same struggles
Mhm.
because you know how to handle it. Now, so you've given them. Actually, you have yes. You give the determination you got from challenging the value to the con officer.
Mhm.
You get a point of determination for reaching a milestone, for having an important, your character realizing something important and experiencing something. And then Inverni is gonna, I think, support as the XO here,
Yes, that's the plan.
driven by Inverni's spirit of discovery. They're gonna spend towards what value?
Uh,
go.
act with confidence, even if you don't feel confident. Seems
Yeah.
we're in. This is not
In
a
the
fun
moment,
spot.
the captain looks over for any sign of support, or the con officer looks over at you for support. Inverni is a rock in a stormy ocean, right? The first officer's not phased at all by this problem.
Like calmly sipping his coffee.
You
As
gain
this ship's in free fall.
3 momentum, which you spend. You
4.
gain 4 momentum, yes, because you're a human.
Whoops, dang it.
And
Two.
you spend 3.
I want to make the note of I used act with confidence, even if you don't feel confident, in the first mission. Under similar circumstance.
Okay, you gain a point of determination back, and you'll note a milestone in the same way I suggested for the captain.
And the reason I'm doing that, Captain, is if you have to talk to Klingons to not shoot us, you might need 2.
So you gain a determination, Captain.
Mhm.
So you should have 2. All right. Bringing us back in a loop as everybody starts looking across the bridge to see if everybody else is confident or freaking out. Everybody's confident, and that reinforces everybody, including the con officer, who now has a determination to try to avoid the ship getting obliterated here, because not only failure would mean you get hit a second time. You're already getting hit once. Failure would mean you get hit a second time. The complications, I haven't even decided what that do to you yet, and I can tell you it's not good. It's worse than getting hit twice. And it's going to happen 2 times. It's twice worse than getting hit twice.
The hell?
So it's
4
4 times worse?
Yeah.
I'm not
Yeah, no, I
confident
think
in the
that
math there.
Save us.
I think that Griffin was definitely like getting a bit of like war flashback starting to like close up there. But presence of the captain, presence of the XO pulls her out of it. She's back on task, and I will spend a determination towards the value. Speed is a drug. I'm letting the speed. Yeah, I'm letting the speed take over and just easing into this, letting that wash away my worries.
I cannot let you do that because you already had a moment earlier where you realized overdoing the thrusters is not in line with your values, right? You already decided. Actually, that was on this task, or that was on the last task? That was on this
So-
task.
Yes. But specifically, it was keeping the thrusters intact. I'm not talking about using the thrusters. I'm talking about, like, embracing the physical exhilaration of flight, basically. Not getting so caught up in like the PTSD of losing a ship, just getting like, okay, focus on the moment. This is the task at hand. I just need to get us through this. I can try and spend something else, but
I might argue it's a different value, so that's why the restriction wouldn't kick in. Like using the value that you challenge.
yeah, like I
that was
couldn't
challenged.
use. I lost one ship and I wasn't there. I won't use another. I definitely wouldn't try and spend it that one right now because it's what got me into this mess, basically.
Yeah.
I'll allow it not because it represents not you actually making the ship go faster to get out of this problem. It's you remembering that despite all of the complicated problems going on right now, you love doing this.
Yeah, that's
And
kind
that-
of what I
that
was
keeps you
going
from
for.
getting like starting to despair.
Yeah, I was caught up in my head trying to like ship. No, this isn't a ship. I'm flying a thing. I'm feeling the exhilaration of movement. It's probably a thing where I dial down the inertial compensators ever so slightly, honestly. So, a couple drinks might get spilled.
I was about to say it, and then the science officer gets covered in coffee.
Oh no, he is an expert at not having spillage.
Yeah.
Alright. You can re-roll those 3 zeros.
I would
Alright.
hope in a
determination,
military
you're
setting
welcome.
there's a lid on that cup of coffee. I'm not
Absolutely
risking.
not.
I've seen
Oh
Top
my
Gun.
god,
It's
you
cooler if you don't have
animal!
one.
You animal! Oh my god! If you
It
spill
Much
is
coffee,
better.
to have a
God.
lid on a perfect cup
And
of coffee.
with that determination spend, I'm calling back to false signals where I use speed as a drug for atmospheric reentry
Yes.
and evade fashion.
How you doing, Doctor? It's nice over here, isn't it? Nice and calm.
in a drastically intense moment, the XO, the first officer, and the con officer, realizing how close the ship is about to come to possible destruction from getting trapped in this thermal layer, reach deep down within themselves and help push each other forward, and manage the ship in this difficult time, all learning something about each other and themselves, and avoiding the ship probably being destroyed, but it's still gonna get hit once.
Man, we were in that climactic situation for like half an hour.
Lots of
Yeah,
lots of zooms, lots of swelling music, flashing back to your
Yeah.
history.
hmm
2 episodes were just us
Really-
exploring the life and times of our characters.
Is this where
yeah,
it
there
makes
was
more
some
sense
like
to give
really
Griffin
on
their
the nose
determination back?
narration.
So here's the thing: we
meanwhile,
do
Dr.
get one
Tweer is
determination
just
to
like,
spend a
the
value.
hell are they
yeah, true.
doing?
So we are at 2 momentum right now.
So yes,
of
everyone who
Big
got a
Heart.
milestone got a determination just for that. All right.
Yeah.
So
I wish I was a veteran right now.
I mean, we have 3. You could give me back my determination.
I mean, you could.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Actually, we need the pilot to have backups.
remember, you can't have more than 3.
Yeah, so they've got 2 right now.
Okay.
This would put me up to 2.
This is just the no. I like the idea of the pilot having determination to survive, which means we all survive. Just like the captain having determination means talk to the Klingon so they don't shoot us, please. Thank you.
Yeah. So, end of this task, I get 1 determination from callback, 1 determination from being refilled by Inverni, and 1 determination from having one of my values pushed against. So I'm at 3.
Topped out.
Yeah.
Bonkers.
All right. So, the ship's resistance reduces it to 1 damage. Which means the shields take 1 point of damage, which is not enough to bring them to 50% or less.
Wait, why did it bring it down?
It didn't bring the it did 1 point of damage to the shields. It didn't bring them down. Sorry, phrasing.
Well, no. I mean, like, how did our resistance save us? Didn't you peel it back? I mean, we only have
No,
2.
no. That was in layer 1. The corrosive damage specifically ignored resistance. This doesn't have the corrosive. It has heat. The heat does the damage. So, the terrible trait in the first layer is that any damage happens, you have no resistance. In this layer, the terrible thing is there are multiple times you could have gotten hit.
Okay. I was panicking
Yeah.
over here just from one hit. I thought we were looking at 8 intensity, 8 damage out of nowhere. I was like, oh.
Oh no, because that specifically would come from using the impulse engines on the ionic storms. This
Yeah.
was using just the intensity 3 of the hot thermal layer.
Okay.
So yeah, the ship takes 1 point of damage. The shields take 1 point of damage, which is about to go away as we go to a new scene. There's gonna be a cool little thing as the ship bursts through cloud cover into what generally looks like an open area, and you see 2 ships. The view screen kind of hovers. One of those ships has the rough outline of the USS Fisher, the Nimitz-class battle cruiser. It's missing a nacelle. There are massive gashes in the hull. Half of the saucer section is missing. And it's sitting next to a Klingon D7 bird of prey that has gashes in its hull. Obvious damage from phaser and torpedo hits. And
Yeah.
the floor is yours.
Hailing
Here.
frequencies. See if we can draw the attention of anyone on board that ship.
That'll be control engineering, because you're in a stable layer. Difficulty 1, assisted by the ship's communications engineering.
It's going to fall to you, security officer.
Good. I'm giving you a threat, GM, for a die.
Okay. You gain 1.
Oh, it's a good thing there weren't 2 dice on that.
Yeah.
Guys.
The ship doesn't seem to be transmitting visual data. But you hear over the. Actually, I'll let Aratana. What is Aratana's initial transmission? This is what the ship sees even before it receives the captain's hail. So this might be something relatively simple.
The transmission is just a hail, is a subspace ping. A ping. Is there anyone receiving on this frequency?
Okay. Then
Because I haven't been getting orders to identify ourselves. So it's like, ping. Does anyone hear me out here? Sort of.
all right. Then you get an automated ping back, and you know that hailing frequencies are open.
Captain, we have frequency.
To anyone on board the USS, oh my god,
Fisher.
Fisher. To anyone on board the USS Fisher, this is Lieutenant Commander Solaris in command of the USS Andromeda. We are here to rescue you. Do you copy?
You hear back, USS Andromeda. This is Raval Hod Jason Puklod Edward Jo Dator aboard the Tamleth. We had given up hope on chance of recovery. We welcome you to docking port 2.
I'm going to say back, I'm not quite sure I understand. Are you Klingon?
Give me Insight Command, difficulty 0.
Okay.
I'm gonna turn to my chair and look at you. A little confused, but
Oh, fuck. Well, wait. It should be 2 dice anyways.
Yeah.
God damn it!
100 years of experience, eh?
Yeah, 100 years of being a babbling idiot.
At least it's diff 0, so you still
You succeed.
Vulcans.
The complication I'm
Don't lump
going to
me
put
in.
on you is so first your realization is you distinctly heard the human names Jason and Edward.
That's what I thought. Okay.
This has to be Captain Jason Edward. The last known commanding officer of USS Fisher. The complication here is you have jumped to conclusions. Maybe it's true, maybe the situation warrants this feeling, maybe it doesn't, but it doesn't matter what the situation warrants. He introduced himself with Klingon titles. He must be a traitor. And you've already start to feel resentment without considering the situation very deeply. You have no idea who this is or what they're doing, but if this is the captain, then he must be a traitor.
Yeah, then she's going to say, there's been much conflict with the Klingon Empire and those associated with them recently, and they have killed many citizens of the Federation. How can I know to trust you?
You hear back, just as you, I took an oath to defend and advance the needs of the people of the Federation, and I still hold that value dear, or that oath dear. You can trust us. If whose weapons? There is kind of doing a confusing thing right now. There could mean you. Okay.
Actually, sorry, I'll narrow. Where's the transmission coming from? Because that's who I'd probably care about.
You contacted. I guess I have to ask that. Was this a broad-based hail, or was this a hail specifically to the Fisher?
We were talking to the Fisher, yes.
Then this is coming from the Fisher, but a cursory look, the Fisher it looks nearly destroyed. It must be rerouting. They must have access to the Fisher's comms system. You doubt whoever's sending this transmission is actually on the Fisher.
Then okay, then I will focus to see if the Klingon vessel has operational weapons.
Passively, I will tell you for free, they do not have weapons or shields armed. More than that would be a roll, and the obvious that they might get a chance to know that you're scanning them. But I will tell you for free, no armed weapons or shields.
I'll refrain from scanning actively.
All right.
But I'm gonna keep a close eye on their weapon systems,
Yeah, I'll tell you. if
which
they turn
constantly
on.
watching. No duh. That's me. Sorry.
Yes. Okay. Then she's going to, yes, then she is going to, I would like to, give him a quiz of things only a Starfleet captain would know. I want to ask him, very niche questions about, I don't know, the organization of paperwork transmissions and other things that, like, I would only expect a captain to know.
Without any check between you or him, he answers them satisfyingly.
Okay. Then she's going to say it really is you.
He says,
Really
and we're
is you.
glad to see you as well.
Yes, this is a new vessel. Very powerful. It appears that your Fisher class is taking an immense beating. From where are you sending me this message?
He says, all of our people are on the Teleth. The Fisher is no longer capable of long-term life support, though we do maintain some of its systems active to keep it from falling.
And she's going to say, are there any other people who weren't crew of the Fisher aboard the Teleth?
He says, I invite you and your crew over to the Tamleth. Actually, he does the honor of calling you captain. I have had to take extreme actions, which mean that I no longer feel compelled to answer such questions, but offer you full assurances of your safety to come and investigate the answer to that question yourself.
Yeah, no. She does not hide the fact that this answer bothers her, and she says, "Very well. We will discuss further aboard your new vessel." And she'll close the comm and she'll say, "Helm, maneuver into position for docking."
I will
Captain,
remind you.
allow me to be the first to say that I do not like this.
I don't think any of us do, Doctor. Except Jim.
I remind you that you are at red alert, so your weapons and shields are up.
Okay. Yes. For now, we will stand down red alert to yellow alert and just keep our shields up.
We can't talk with shields up.
We can't. Are their shields up?
No shields, no
No.
weapons, Captain.
Then we will disable both and we will proceed to docking.
All right. As you pass by, Inverni, a cursory scan identifies a critical problem and somewhat of an explanation to this situation. Docking port 1 is covered in that corrosive fluorine from the first layer. These two ships are fused together at the docking port.
Oh.
Weird.
You're not sure how damaging it would be for the Fisher to drop into the atmosphere, but it would probably rip half of the Tamleth with it.
That is fascinating.
Well, wait. Correct me if I'm wrong, sir, but with the current atmosphere, could we not make a transporter lock? To their ship, I mean, from ours to theirs. Not that I'm a fan of the thing, but...
Reasonably so. Why?
That's one way to go over. And frankly, it's from a security point of view, we're in a bad position as it is if they numerically decide to rush the ship. Having a door to them, at least with beaming, it takes time.
We would then have to contact, well, to be safe, contact them and say that's what we're doing, which is not what we were invited to do, and Klingons are not particularly adjustable.
Well, supposedly
I'm sorry, why can't we dock with them? I misunderstood what the
We
problem.
can dock at docking 2, which is where we're directed to. We're just informed that docking 1, the ships are fused together. So at some point, say they were boarding each other.
Oh, I thought there was
or
only
something
one
happened.
port. That's why I was confused. I wasn't
that's
sure
true.
why the GM brought that up. I was like, huh? Why does that stop us?
It's not stopping us. It's mentioning that the two ships are fused together.
Oh, okay.
And that as we get closer, that's notable.
Yeah, so at some point they did connect to each other, and they must have done it in a higher level because the corrosive fluorine from the layer 1 has fused docking port 1 of the Klingon ship to the docking port of the Fisher. They asked you to dock at docking port 2.
Yep. So we can still dock.
Oh, okay.
And we don't have the same problem of the corrosive layer inhibiting that.
Okay. For some reason, I thought it was us, and we only had one port, and I was like,
Yeah,
I
thought what you were getting at is that we can't dock. So yes, then we will just proceed to docking, and she will say, Aratana, arrange for you and your security team to be at the ready at docking port A.
Recommendation, Captain, that someone stay at the tactical console and I escort you personally. If a shootout starts, you'll want me next to you, but if it turns into a ship fight, you want someone already on the bridge in case I get incapacitated with you.
Yes, assign one of your men to the tactical console and another one to the docking port.
So who is all going over?
I
I presume you want. Yeah, I was gonna say. I presume you want your doctor with you.
Yep, I would like the doctor and the security personnel. I don't want to exclude other players, so if the science officer and the helms woman, the COS want to come, you're more than free to. It just means we'll probably just put someone else in your place.
I'm the only scientist.
Griffin's good to stay on board and keep the engines hot.
Okay.
But anything scientific over there that needs to be scanned, you'll probably need.
Okay. Then Griffin, if you want to activate a supporting character to come over, that's up to you.
Yeah. Sure.
And yes, all of the main characters but Griffin then are going to the docking port.
And yes, Artana?
That's just me pulling the people who would be... It's going to be Etheria on the bridge, and Tag's going to be coming with us at the dock.
Yeah, I just want someone to be standing by the docking bay on a permanent guard in case something happens.
so that no one sneaks in.
Or if we do have to make a fighting exit, that we can get to the exit.
Oh, so Tag is not going over to the Klingon ship. He's
No.
standing.
He's
Okay.
standing at the
Yes.
docking
I
port
would
on
like
our
him to be
side.
standing guard on the docking port.
Okay, then who is the con officer bringing along?
I will grab an engineer. Let me see. who
You
got-
have 2 points left. You could activate Tavir then, but I don't know what. That would mean that there's not actually an officer left back on the ship.
narratively probably good that there's an officer on the ship. So I'll activate the doctor specialist. Sure.
Who?
Damara Kaufman.
Oh,
Like
Eye
yourself,
Patch
yeah.
Lady.
Yeah.
If you need someone to fight the Klingons, it's Eye Patch Lady.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like how everyone's going to assume she's security too with how she looks.
Uh-huh.
Look, the Klingons will appreciate Eye Patch Lady.
She also has faith of the heart.
Uh-huh.
Oh, yeah, of course she does. Yeah, everyone does. Every
A
human
decent chunk of
does.
the crew do, yeah.
Yeah.
When I was making people, I was like, I want to make a decent chunk of humans because that's kind of how ships tend to buy us in this era,
Yeah.
especially.
Yeah, that's how this era kind of worked.
Yeah, I wonder what limitations would cause that one.
Mhm.
I don't know. It's real mystery, isn't it?
Yeah, I think that's our team going over.
I
the
intend to
question-
grab from the locker a personal force field.
Opportunity and escalation.
Yep. And pitch darkness. So that momentum, and you get 2.
Now, as a question, does this count as an away team?
Yes.
We're away from the ship.
Eyebrow wiggles? Expedition expert?
You had more than enough time this episode to set that up, so no.
Damn.
Yeah, this one I don't feel bad about. You had like 3 hours
Eh,
to
yeah.
work on that.
Eh.
I'll also be wearing my armored vest because it's a standard issue. Whether anyone else says it's up to them, but I am expecting to go over to a possibly hostile ship. So I'm not taking a Type 3 because I know that just escalates the situation. I'm not going to make it an error.
Yep. I mean, Kaufman would want a type 2, isn't gonna like pipe up about it really, I think.
There's no momentum left on the table, so you'd have to get inventive on how to allow that.
Oh yeah, no, like she's not gonna like go for it. She's like,
Who's that? Who might be looking for it?
The engineer.
The engineer.
You're an engineman. I would get a Type 2 from the locker and have you and ask you to keep it at your belt. I don't need you to pull it, but I need you to look armed and scary.
All right.
Chief
And
deflector specialist.
How
Yeah,
do you
okay,
plan
fine.
on paying for that?
Paying for what? How much does it cost?
They aren't normally allowed to carry that. That is a good question. It's not an opportunity, but they're also not normally allowed to use it.
I would assume it was just like a
Opportunity 1.
yeah.
Like with knives or clubs, it's something I'd have to go to. I, the security officer, or someone would have to go to a locker. Like, I authorize this. Unless security's cool with it, someone else is spending time fussing with the locker.
Actually, I think it would be more appropriate to say no opportunity escalation. These are easy to get, right? There are
I
many
won't
people.
do that then.
Okay.
Because if I'm going to escalate, I might as well just give her the Type 3 phaser rifle. If I'm going to
Well,
go
no,
in, I might as well go in.
That has an opportunity cost to it because there are limited access to those.
Except as
phaser types. Sorry.
Except as a security chief, I ignore one opportunity when it's a gun, when it's a weapon. So like, it'd be like if I'm getting one escalation anyway, I would just take it on the chin and take 2. I'll take 1 to slightly piss off the bad guys, or I can just give 2. And be done with it.
I'm thinking of this situationally. I don't think a phaser type 2 is going to be escalation in every situation. I'm thinking in this situation specifically, to upgrade a non-security character to a higher power weapon that's easy to get your hands on. The more important thing in this situation is escalation, not opportunity.
Okay.
I don't think it's difficult for you to get your hands on it. I think it's
I'm just not giving it to her.
yeah. I
Just
think
look
it
slightly.
just
He
increases the
glances,
danger of the
but-
situation. But I'll note that you and the captain do defaultly just get type 2s.
Yeah.
I do not think the
The
XO.
XO as well. Because command officer, not because of rank. Because I think don't command officers automatically get type 2s?
It's on their sheet. If they get it, I put it on their sheet when we started.
Nope.
No, they don't. The only people who got it are the captain, the people of the security division, and the chief of the boat. Everyone else is normally expected to be able to only need a type 1.
The chief of the boat gets one of the XO.
Fair enough.
Doesn't. Wow.
Because the chief of the boat is only attached to the command division. The XO is not primarily an XO, right? You're an XO because the ship needs to have one. You're primarily a science officer.
I have a command of 4, thank you, sir.
But
I get what you're saying.
if this was a scale 4 ship where your first duty was as the XO, and you were a science officer because the ship just needed to have one, I would take the opposite argument. All right. So gear out of the way. I won't take escalation if you want to give anyone. Well, everybody can already have armored vests, and you've already spent for body armor, right? So if you want to give someone else, you didn't spend for body armor, did you?
No, I spent for personal force field.
Okay,
Wait.
you can give one other person a personal force field because you've already paid the escalation.
But I have to pay the opportunity again.
Well, that was what I was pointing out. You get to do that free once, don't you?
No. Security can
sorry.
give you all weapons for free, but they can't. But it
it's
doesn't apply to armor.
weapons.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah. I know. I was like, oh, armors and weapon? No, just weapons. Interesting. Okay, I'm cool with that.
This mechanically gels with why we see people running around with phaser rifles in Starfleet uniforms and nothing else.
You could give them a dagger.
Yeah.
Here, Ingerman, hold this. Stick it between the ribs if they
Wait,
get too close.
wait. Hold on. I think she has one in the art.
It's up to you. You
Wait,
don't
is she
know.
trained with
that?
knife fighting?
No.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, no, I'm not giving you a knife.
Look, aptitude and desire are much more important skills than like knowledge or experience here.
Anyways,
Anyway,
y'all cross over to the connected ships. Behind a set of controls, you see a Klingon crewman. As you walk in, you see a man matching the description of Captain Jason Edward of the USS Fisher, but he is in the uniform of a Klingon post captain, a hood, and he has a sash marking him as the leader of a house. Next to him stands a Klingon woman in a Klingon engineering officer's uniform. She as well has symbols of status marking her as the head of a Klingon house. behind them stand a Klingon in uniform. His rank and uniform mark him as a first officer. And behind them in Starfleet uniform, matching the description of the Fisher's XO, Commander Sonia Beck, stands a woman in a Starfleet commander's uniform. As you approach,
Yeah, I will do the Vulcan greeting, but I do not hide the fact that I have a stone face and do not appear to be overjoyed to find them like this. Sorry, but go ahead.
the
You're a
man
Vulcan.
says, as Joe Dator, I welcome you, Captain, and your crew aboard the flagship of our great house, and invite you to see it in its current state, and ask if you can to aid us in our attempt to return to the surface and to space. And he takes out a a tape and extends it towards you, and he says, we'll discuss it further as it becomes convenient, but it should suffice at this moment to say that there was a time when it became necessary to resign as a captain in Starfleet and abandon the USS Fisher. You'll find the logs and the entries noted for that decision and all the decisions which led up to that moment in this tape.
So Loris will take the tape, and she's still not really saying anything. She's just kind of giving him a look.
He says, well, I think introductions are in order. He points to the woman standing next to him and he says, this is Jean-Plin Sogvina, Pukbe Sina Jo Dator, which marks her as a lieutenant, a chief engineer. Her name is Vina. She is the daughter of someone, who knows, named Sina, and by giving her the name Jo Dator, you assume that means the two of them are married. And he is the head of the house, and she is the lady of the house.
Figured that's where that was going.
Yep.
He points to the Klingon man behind him, and he says, "This is Yas Vadich La Kol Pukbe Vaksin," marking that person as the first officer, Commander Cole, son of Vaksin, whoever that is. He points behind himself to the woman in Starfleet uniform and says, this is Commander Sonia Beck, executive officer and acting captain of the USS Fisher. And he kind of looks back to you as he's introduced everyone.
Yeah.
in his side of the room.
So Loris will clear her throat and say, I'm Lieutenant Commander Solaris, captain of the USS Andromeda. This is my first officer, Annie Aylin Inverni.
Elon.
Working on it. This is my Chief of Security, CMAA Aratana. This is my doctor, Dr. Walut Tawir, and this is which category is she under?
Engineer.
Engineering.
Oh, and this is
Uh,
Chief Deflector Specialist Kaufman. We are the crew of the USS Andromeda, the one of the newest in a new line of ships Starfleet has created. I believe it would be right to inform you all that there has been a peace agreement between the Federation and Klingon polities, and that you have no immediate concerns for hostilities to break out.
The captain looks around and there's some smiles in the room. The only person who seems to be disappointed in that news is the Klingon first officer.
Mhm.
He says, "That's great. Do you have a? Can I ask for a copy of the transmission?"
Do I have that handy? Can I say I grabbed that pre-considering?
Yes.
Then she'll say, are you ready to understand what, are you ready to commit to what is contained within that? You have to understand that, well, it appears that your ship and all of its crew were captured by Klingon officers. GM, okay, out of character, real quick. You mentioned that ship prizes were kept by each side, but were POWs exchanged?
After the yes, they are exchanged after the war's over.
Okay.
There aren't supposed to be any POWs left anymore. That was something handled in like the first 6 months of the war.
Okay. There might be, but they're
And
not supposed
to be fair, there weren't any really. I mean, it was like because Klingons, though not the bloodthirsty warriors they might soon become, they still prefer ambushes, right? They don't really leave survivors. They don't
Mhm.
take anyone other than those they need for interrogations.
Mhm.
And they don't really ever put themselves in situations to be taken alive, right? They'd
Mhm.
prefer to engineer situations that either leave them dead or victorious.
Mhm.
Full dishonor thing.
Yeah, they still have a culture of honor and dishonor, which means Starfleet tries to take prisoners and has occasionally, and the Klingons do take prisoners, but only occasionally. So it only took a couple of months because there weren't that many, but they were all fully transferred.
Okay. Then she'll say, are you ready to understand what is contained within? As prisoners of war, you would by law be transferred back to the Federation. I do not know if that is the fate you desire for yourself.
He says, "Well, I have fully accepted a position and place within the House Tator, which owes its loyalty to our Chancellor and to the throne of Kalis. But I believe Commander Beck and all of those that remain from the Fisher would be more than happy to accept transport by yourself, though they aren't prisoners of war."
Yeah. She kind of like looks past the captain now and looks at Beck and she says, out of the total original population of the USS Fisher, Commander Beck, how many survive and remain loyal to the Federation?
She kind of eyes um uh the Joe Dator, and she says, of the Fisher's complement of 500 officers and crew, there are 32 that are alive today. 31 of those still hold commissions or enlistments in Starfleet. As she very diplomatically tries to answer your question, but not answer it the way you wanted her to.
Yeah, no, I commend her out of character. So, yes, Soloris is going to say, very well, then you should begin to transfer them onto the Andromeda immediately.
Do any
It is. Go ahead.
the doctor steps forward. Do any of your crew Klingon or Starfleet?
Oh, sorry. Something escaped my mind, but since y'all are not that familiar with Klingons, it makes sense that the doctor may be the first one to notice it.
Mhm.
Doctor, give me Insight Medicine difficulty 0.
Cool.
Wow.
The ridges thing.
No, no. This is something y'all probably would have noticed. I just forgot to mention until now.
Insight medicine, is that what you said?
Yep, difficulty 0.
It's dark in here, that's why.
Moody
Do
lighting.
any of my focuses
Yeah.
apply?
Everybody's face
You know,
is
like their
lit.
entire ship's red.
Everybody's torso and lower are not lit very well. That's why you didn't notice this.
Okay, 2 momentum.
Gain 2 momentum. The engineering lieutenant, Vina, also introduced as Joe Dator, must only be days or weeks away from having a child.
Oh.
Yeah, yeah.
I see.
I see.
Anyways,
I mean, they've
what
been
were you
here
gonna
for
say
years.
besides
Good.
noticing that?
Good for them.
The miracle of life. The birth of
Casual
a new
distress.
person. Good for you.
Good for you.
He probably came out of an egg, so you know.
Yeah, I suppose.
Like, I
Shitty
understand, but
situation,
it's
but
just the way it was said is what was funny.
yeah, it's a shitty situation. But hey, 2 of them are getting it, so you know that's good for someone.
For them.
Glad for them.
Hey, look, 32 out of 500 people survived plus 1. So really, that's 33 net.
Yeah.
Hang on, wait, what's it?
No, only counts for half. Sorry.
1 quarter.
All I can think of is the delivery, this line delivery from Arrested Development.
Good for her.
For her. No. Do any of your crew, Klingon or Starfleet, require medical attention? While the medical stores on the Andromeda are not vast by any means, we do have fresh supplies.
The Show Dator says, no, not at this time. Any life-threatening injuries resolved themselves years ago.
I'd buy it.
Though there are no doubt perhaps some minor ailments, or he kind of looks over at the other Joditor. Issues that may soon arise that could benefit from your presence.
Very well. Let me know how I can make myself useful in that regard. And he steps back.
Yeah, and
Uh,
she
hold on a second.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Inverni, you're kind of looking around, and you see a huge look of concern come across the Klingon crewman's face. And he shouts, in a language you do not speak, something very aggressive while looking at it and typing at his console. Then everybody's attention kind of turns towards Joditor as he says, "We have to get out. The Fisher, it's..." And he looks back at the crewman as the crewman tries to explain something, and that's when I need a fitness security difficulty 3 from everyone as the Fisher rips off of its docking bay. The Klingon ship shudders, and Lieutenant Revere, trying to save the Andromeda, lets the docking port snap. And y'all feel a rush of vacuum
Oh,
as we try to see who grabs on to save themselves before the emergency force field can activate.
You all might want me to lead with my fitness security to
Yep.
try to
Yeah.
give you some
Go ahead.
momentum.
I feel like that's fair.
Focus.
And so this is a reversal that costs 10. There were 3 left on the board. I'm going to create the additional trait of poor maintenance, specifically for Lieutenant Inverni. The desk in front of you, part of it might easily snap off because of how poorly it's been maintained. And
Okay, fair.
Well,
sorry,
the engineer's been distracted or something.
Artana, you may continue.
Fitness, security, athletics as a focus.
Yes,
Um,
as you jump forward.
I am going to spend. I would like to spend rather to the value. The frontier doesn't suffer fools. Where in the frontier, very dangerous stuff happens sometimes, and you kind of need to be situationally aware that something bad might happen because of bad stuff, under maintained equipment, or just the weather just hates you today.
Yeah, you looked around when you walked in here. This area is about as well maintained as a couple garbage scows you've seen, and you didn't trust those at the time you were walking on them, and you didn't trust this ship.
Like, I'm not gonna say nothing because that's mighty rude, but I'm gonna be a little more careful than normal. Why is no one else being careful? All right. I am going to spending toward that. That determination poofs. The rest of that doesn't really apply here.
Vulcan.
Oh.
You are just naturally stronger. You're more able to resist this the suck of the atmosphere being sucked out of the room.
I will grab the one momentum to buy an extra die. So right now it's like diff what now?
It's gone down from diff 3 to diff 2, and you've already selected your first die to automatically crit, so you are rolling 2 dice just to get momentum.
For as long as we have a momentum, I can do the reading on how to not die.
Well, also the other characters could try to create traits that make your check a diff 0.
This is also true.
Just in the hopes of generating a lot of momentum, I'm going to spend 1 momentum and give you 1 threat.
Okay.
So I'm rolling 3 dice just to generate momentum.
I pray.
I spent one I really didn't have a use for, so I'm going to spend this one and that one. Not on your task, obviously, but on a trait for Commander Soloris of loose deck plating.
Oh.
The whole deck plate under you is just going to get sucked out of the ship and throw
Uh-huh.
you in the air.
Uh-huh. All right, I should probably go next then. How much
Well,
momentum is on the table?
Chief Artana is probably about to save some of y'all here, so.
Oh, I thought he just rolled.
Yes,
He-
let him use his momentum and such.
Oh,
Yeah.
sorry.
So I was actually thinking, at least for the desk, I'm thinking of spending 2 to basically create the trait of I basically draw my phaser and just obliterate the thing before it comes toward us. That way it won't bang into people.
Oh, the desk is not in favor of getting sucked out. It's only in danger of breaking if someone tries to grab it. The deck plating under the commander, you could do that for. Because the deck plating, it basically lifts up, throws the commander in the air, and it might hit someone else. So this would basically be making either the doctor or the engineers check easier, as they don't have to worry about getting hit by a deck plate.
Yeah, I'll vaporize as I brace myself, I quick draw and just fire, dial it all the way up and vaporize the plate as it flies through the air.
All right, and there's 2 on the table if you wanted to create another trait to help someone out, or you could let it pass.
What I can do depends on you guys. I can spend 2. I was thinking of spending 2 to have a hand out to either be assist or at least make everyone else's check easier or someone else's check easier, so I can like grab onto someone. But you may want to save that for spending on your check. So I don't know what you want me to do with that. If that's even possible.
Say that, especially in this case, the handout would probably be a great way, because with the trait of Vulcan, you have a justification to RU for a potency 2 trait, if this is strength related.
Yeah. But it's up to you guys. I'm spending the momentum you're about to
that.
use.
Sure, go for it.
So who does Aratana, as Aratana leaps forward and grabs a strong handhold on on a secure piece of deck plating, who does he extend a hand out to?
It's out to the captain.
Then the captain,
Mhm.
I assume you do grab Aratana's hand.
Sure.
As you're kind of flung up in the air, you land back on the deck plating and grab Aratana's hand. And between the potency 2 trait they've created, because they created the trait, helping hand, and that's increased by their natural Vulcan trait to potency 2. Your Vulcan trait of Vulcan is going to further reduce that, Your
Mhm.
problem is that you were dealing with a difficulty 4 task because of the deck plate.
So we're down to
So
diff 1.
you still have a difficulty 1
He
task
got rid of the deck plate, didn't he?
after it threw the commander
Oh, okay.
up.
Got you.
Yeah.
Okay, and can I argue, because this is a navigational and maintain your balance thing, can I argue for a con over security?
Um, no, only because all of this is a split-second decision.
Okay, it's about reaction time.
It's about reaction time.
Okay. And I do have 2 determination, but I don't think any of my values really directly apply to this. I don't think whether or not logic is the beginning or the end of wisdom, it doesn't really matter here.
I would take the last value.
All right.
Whoops.
You've done nothing but
Hmm.
help Aratana when those times have come up, and now this is you doing the second half of that, expecting the best from her.
Okay. So that means one of my dice I expect to be a 2, which is an automatic momentum. So yeah, I'll give you 1 threat.
Yeah, just kick that can so I can throw it at someone else.
Well, no, because I rolled too many dice. That's my bad.
So we'll assume your first dice to be the. I'm
Yeah,
always
okay.
assuming your first dice to be the one you set, unless
That
you
makes
say
sense.
something different.
Okay,
So that's
4 total.
4 total on a diff 1.
So that's 3 momentum. Can I create 2 on a trait that I too am extending a handout that
We're daisy chaining.
the security officer
Handling.
has his hand on a secure bit. He has it on like a handhold for this exact circumstance. He's holding on to me, and now I'm reaching an arm out behind me to hold on to the next person.
Go for Inverni.
Sure. Then yes, I'm reaching a hand out to my first officer, and you get a very passionately delivered "take my hand."
All right. In Verni, you have a difficulty, would be difficulty 4. It's brought down to difficulty 2 because
Delightful.
of the captain being a Vulcan.
Okay. So normally this would be actually not terrible. I would only increase it by 1 if I did the reading, which is still kind of worth it because it gives me a focus. So I'm gonna spend 1 momentum to have for some reason done some reading on catastrophic depressurization of an airlock.
I think athletics is the more relevant thing.
What's the more relevant
You've
thing, sorry?
recently read about lunging technique.
Oh, okay, yeah, sure.
Because the other thing would be useful if you were trying to stop the depressurization, but that ship has sailed. You would need a time machine to manage that one.
I
Nah, it's fine.
mean, technically.
I mean, catastrophic depressurization and ways to survive it.
Yeah.
Being good at lunging towards something strong.
Yeah, okay.
AKA the
Either-
captain-shaped chain over there.
The answer is jump. I don't care how you do it or why you think you should do it, but the answer is jump.
Okay, and I feel like the value of embrace the absurdity of existence is applicable here. Because what are the fucking chances that just as we get here after 3 years is finally when the Fisher decides, you know what, fuck you.
Yes, sometimes life just does happen to you.
I love embrace the absurdity of existence. It's such a fun one. So I am already passing. And if I give you
sorry,
another threat,
before I
then-
forget, Artana, did you call back to?
I wish. Frontier. I didn't use Frontier last time. I used single warning.
Okay.
I wish.
Sorry. Go ahead.
Thanks for the
If
reminder,
I
though.
do give you another threat, you're going to make a complication for one of the other 2 people that are still here.
Yep, I'm looking at the bird.
Yeah.
I would like to state for the record, I was going to be reaching my hand out for the bird because I was worried that he was going to get sucked out. But the bird told me to reach for the first officer, so if the bird dies, it's not my fault.
All right.
I'm sorry. That was funny. Oh my god. But spending that determination gives me a momentum.
Because
Yep,
you're a
'cause you're
human.
Can get the bird.
And I entirely forgot that the first time I spent my determination this episode. So, you know, oof.
Don't worry, I
But-
did too.
Yeah, the humans forgetting that they have human powers.
I don't know, humans don't get anything.
I'll assume
yeah.
that humans are just default.
Yeah. So I'll just spend that 1 to get a third die.
Okay.
So I'll be rolling 2 here with a focus on that
Hey.
to make 3 momentum.
Yep. All
You're
right.
welcome.
Lieutenant.
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, no. I was not about to talk to you, so go ahead.
Yes. I'm considering potentially, how do I create an advantage? How do I create an advantage?
I
Narratively,
don't
Which one would I go for?
know that you have one that would help the other two.
Honestly, I just say just keep the momentum for us.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think because even if say narratively he could hit the right button to seal like a blast door, it would be sealing here.
Well, so the thing is that the Klingon security officer has already thought of that and
Yeah.
is working towards that. It's just one of you might get
Surviving until that time, yeah.
one of you might get sucked out into space before the command goes through and the thing activates.
Yeah. And so there's nothing I can really think of that would be a worthwhile thing, so I'll leave the 3 momentum there for them.
All right, Dr. Talir.
Actually, I'd like for the chief to go first.
All right.
I'm so concerned here.
Look,
Chief-
it's just like the bird, all right?
Kaufman.
All right. So GIF has been rolling around a lot because of complications and
Either you
traits.
or the doctor get to take advantage of a reduced difficulty of 1, but not both of you.
On a base diff.
On
Oh,
the base difficulty of 3.
Okay.
So one of you is protected by the mastered arms shooting the deck plate.
And what's the base attribute for this?
Fitness security.
Okay.
Also, I don't know why
Oh.
she'd be interested in knives. She's a daring of 7 and a security of 2.
Yeah. No, I don't think she would be. No.
The spirit is willing, the body is lacking.
Yeah, exactly. I don't
Shooting
feel like
person.
I
It's a
don't feel like
it's a
the
weird
EVA
reference
is
to make it up
focused.
someone in a knife.
The spirit is willing,
you're
but
trying
the
to
flesh
avoid.
is
Oh,
being
actually, potentially.
You got an argument for it?
Okay, so so EVA generally is the expectation of you're outside in a suit, but there is always the doors opening pressure differential rush if something's been fucked
that
up.
is a
and you do
default
have the
part
qualifications.
of making EVA is sometimes you have to be prepared that not all of the atmosphere was removed from the decon chamber.
Yeah.
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 All right.
I will
EVA focus.
I will allow that.
Okay.
You're welcome.
Normally you're trained to just like let it shoot you out into space. You're in a suit, but you are intensely aware of how bad that would be, and so you think about the part of the training that's like, oh no, we're not ready for this yet. Grab onto something quick is what you're supposed to do. So yeah, I'll allow that.
Well, like the training manual that says there's something right out the door, so if you get shot out, you are going to splat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is you're now going through the procedure. What if someone accidentally opens the door while there's still atmosphere and you haven't hooked on to the safety line yet?
Yeah.
Mhm.
The answer is lunge.
So, in what is it? In this direction that the
Yes.
Okay. I'm right at the end here. Interesting.
You're probably lunging for the braced Vulcan pair. Like,
That's a good option. It's a good option. Fitness secret. I'm rolling at 10 here. Good grief. I'm seeing if there's any arguments I can make for better stat right now.
I don't think he's gonna accept one.
I don't think he's going to accept one.
Well, I have an engineering toolkit.
Like maybe using some sort of tool like a spanner or something like that to jam into some part of the wall here to kind of to give you
Yeah,
extra hold
like,
That would
to cling
require
onto.
opening the kit, right? We
That
need
would involve
something-
abandoning the kit, grabbing one thing, going nope, bye bag.
Yeah, exactly.
I tell you what I'll allow. Assuming the kit has a strap, right?
Hmm.
I will allow you to attempt to throw that bag onto some like frame or hinge. That way, you holding onto the strap keeps you from getting pulled out.
Wonderful. And since I'm then making kind of like a ranged attack, can I use control?
So I'll tell you, I'll change this task up a little bit for you, because now you're not talking about EVA. You're talking about something different.
Yeah, you're right. I might lose
So
focus.
we'll call this
This is
is this
so dumb.
control. This seems daring though. It is a ranged attack, but this is like this is a bluff. This is a shot in the dark.
Look, it doesn't tell you to use daring if you're shooting something ever, no matter how crazy the shot is.
Oh boy.
I'll allow control security. Okay. But the so the difficulty is 3, right? Any complication,
Uh-huh.
even if you succeed with a complication, you're getting sucked out.
Makes
You
sense.
may, if you succeed, get a chance to try to save yourself again. Like you may be able to fail forward here. But
Okay,
you're
yeah, I
putting
see
so
what you
much of
mean.
your eggs in one basket.
Oh, absolutely. All the eggs in one basket. So I
yeah.
lose the focus of EVA, but I'm able
Yes.
to use control.
Yes.
Okay. I mean, that's 3 extra points.
Yeah.
So
You just
So silly.
you have a 1 in 20 instead of a 1 in 10 chance of critting.
it's, fine.
Use momentum.
Yeah, are you good with me using the momentum there, Doctor?
Go for it.
All
Are
right.
you using the plate? Where is that going to the doctor?
I'll again defer to the Doctor because you've got a player character here. Do you have a plan?
I kinda do.
You think you
Is
can
it
hit a diff
contingent
4?
on the plate?
Not really.
Okay.
Cool, I'll use it then.
I'm pretty sure his plan is just to fly fast.
I'm pretty sure that's the plan too.
Yeah.
To be fair, I think it's a good plan.
Solid plan. Nice plan.
Yeah.
All right.
Bird plan.
That
All
was
right,
momentum.
so yeah,
it's
I
good they call 3.
will. Yeah, because I
'Cause
don't
it's
think
diff
there's
2
a
now.
mission directive I can spend 2. So yeah, I'm just gonna spend all 3. Roll 4. Dice in the wind.
Hey.
There you
Or-
go. You generate 1 momentum.
Yeah.
All right, doctor.
Yep. What's my diff?
Do I like to pass it to
Diff
somebody?
3.
Or...
Very funny.
Pass it to one of the Klingons. Let them go.
Fitness, security, difficulty. What?
But that's the surprise I was saving for later. I was going to let you all hook up and save yourselves, and then throw 5 people at you.
Diff 4, isn't it?
Diff
Is that
3.
what it is?
Diff 3?
Diff 3. Okay.
Yeah, he has nothing making the situation harder. He just denied all of the things that made it easier.
Yep. I am going to spend to my value. Don't fly too close to the sun.
You're taking that a bit literal, aren't you?
Yeah, hold on a second.
I want to stay inside where it's nice and safe.
I can
Like the-
appreciate this.
Well, no, because here's the thing: the Aurelian instinct is to go out and fly where it's like big and wide open spaces. Doing that is a bad idea right now.
I mean, you're inside an atmosphere.
Will you take that?
No, because I see that value as being useful when you're deciding to take a cautious approach to something, right? Because you're not going all sheets to the wind.
Okay, the canary in the coal mine. Right now, shit's going down.
I feel like that value though is more saying that is more helpful when you're discovering a trouble that no one else knows, right?
Hmm. Alrighty.
Mind you, an argument that Aurelian might apply because he literally flying
Yeah.
and controlling himself in
so
the air.
The trait of Aurelian's going to bring the diff down to 2 here.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I could potentially see an argument for the record and transmit data, because as the medical officer, having the most access to and the most information and knowledge on the certain Klingon specification going on here.
But this
you're-
is not a
Yeah,
this
no,
episode. It's not medical. It's tactical.
Yep. Jeez, I'm gonna have to give you 2 threat
I 2 threat?
because I need to buy more dice.
Oh, so you're doing 1
'Cause
momentum 2 threat.
I was
Okay.
banking on one of those values being accepted, and he didn't take either of them.
Yeah, I think your values are much more useful when the problem hasn't exploded yet. In the middle of the problem, I don't think you have a good value. I don't think you have a great value for like, oh no, time to survive. I think all your values are good for trying to avoid a situation like this,
Yep.
which works unless everybody's given so much threat that that the scene gets reversed on you.
Yep. Okay, here we go.
Maybe
I'm
composure.
rolling 4 dice. I'm rolling 4 dice. I need 2 of them to hit.
Oh, not that it matters. Whew.
You gain a momentum.
And do let me know if you would accept the composure focus.
No, because it's not important whether you stay composed or not in this situation. No one else is paying attention to you.
Yep.
Everybody else is trying not to die.
Well, I
always
generated.
watching Wazowski.
It went through though. I'm good.
All right.
As he
Venna
spreads
is
his wings
going
and flap flap flap.
to use the trait Klingon to get diff 2.
Oh no, they all have to go.
And only because she is with child does she get to use the value family first, because her death implicitly means the death of a family member.
Pregnancy for the W.
It might be something that motivates people not to die.
I don't know about that.
Are you
Shocking.
saying the meta for the game is to all get pregnant? Using more scenarios.
I
Oh,
think only 2 of us
Also-
can do that.
It introduces a lot of negatives. One potential positive is it makes you less interested in death.
And also,
But like, if
come
you're
on.
already depressed, it's probably going to make you more interested in death. So don't
Okay.
play with fire.
Christ.
Also, you're a Vulcan. You wouldn't be driven by the emotion of the situation, anyways.
Says you.
Uh,
You know,
yes,
it's
says me.
logical to protect your progeny.
Spawn,
she's
if you
gonna
will.
use all of her personal threat. Not all of it, but most of it. To gain 4 momentum. 4 threat, I mean.
Oh, okay.
Well, is that
He's not allied?
Yeah, we're all friends here, aren't we?
Oh, I see what.
How does that work?
And if someone has personal threat like an admiral, they usually keep that because that's their personal pool of resources.
You're right.
If we're all
Don't go into her
friends,
personal pool then?
She keeps it. Whether or not y'all are allies is something that will come up more in the second half of this episode that we play next week.
okay.
It was only tenuous that y'all were getting towards working together at the start here. Whether or not that truly comes out to y'all being on the same side is something we'll cover next week. The Jason Joe Detour. He is going to, seeing that his spouse has already saved themselves, he is going to spend 3 of his personal pool on the value save my people, because he's going to try to create enough threat that he can save someone else. And then he will spend the remaining 6 on the roll. He just barely manages to survive, but the point of determination. Oh, sorry. Actually, he only generates 1 threat because he should have only rolled 4 dice because he spent towards determination.
Yeah.
So he has nothing to give anyone else.
Well, the important people made it.
Unfortunately, the first officer of the Klingon ship doesn't nearly get as much of a personal pool because he's not nearly as important. And unfortunately for the Empire, doesn't really work as a value here.
Besides, he doesn't have the threat to turn it on anyway.
Or the focus of intimidation or blade wounds. No, he's a notable character, so he has a 4-3 as well. The only person who has to make this entirely on the resources available is this guy.
Oh. Poor guy.
Oh, the only thing. So I keep forgetting. Outside of this bird of prey, what's the atmosphere?
Space?
Oh
No, we're in a
It's a
planet.
gas giant.
Oh, I suppose, yeah.
No. It's actually probably so the problem probably actually is less so getting sucked out than getting
No,
run.
no, it's almost entirely nitrogen and other noble gases, because the hallmark of this layer is non-reactive.
Okay.
Right. This layer, there is nothing to cause you problems, and that's because most of the gases are entirely non-reactive.
Downside is you
Oh,
can't
okay.
breathe them very well.
No,
Okay.
no.
So if I
Oxygen,
had
not noted for its non-reactivity.
so if I had gotten sucked
Yeah.
out, it still would have sucked for me because
No, yes, the implicit threat here was that if any of you failed, you were going to die or have to get transported half dead.
Especially bad for the doctor.
All right. The first officer barely makes it. Commander Sonia Beck. Unfortunately, the value voice of the crew doesn't help. Neither does the focus multidiscipline prime directive or team dynamics. Not exactly the situation she has prepared herself for. She will also buy dice. Uh-oh.
she dies.
It'll be for her not to die, y'all would have to spend a crew support on someone to activate the transporter beam, and we would resolve it next week. But if y'all don't commit to that, commit to someone next week taking up a crew support, like starting the episode with only one crew support, because you're saying we're definitely activating the chief engineer at the beginning of next episode, she dies.
If we're activating the chief engineer, we're no crew support because we'd be using 2.
Yeah, I feel
You
like
could commit to using, right, because it's not crew support this week, it's crew support next week. So you could commit
Yeah.
to using the chief engineer. The only problem is he'd have to do it from the bridge because he was explicitly stated to be in command of the ship.
Mhm.
But he has a lot of skills. He has a value because he's not just any NPC. He's a command level NPC.
Do it.
I feel like that's
It's
fine.
pretty
I feel like
bad.
we can ride on that.
not to mention I feel like we're gonna want the engineer for next session.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What about this dangerous situation of ships falling apart makes you think an
I
engineer would
don't
be useful?
know. I
Well,
don't
why would we
know.
possibly want a highly trained engineer officer on board the ship that now has no other officers aboard it?
Good for the Klingon crewman. He has threatening security, which means if he spends threat, he gets to reroll. Bad is none of his command staff left him with any threat.
Oh, that
He
sucks.
also has no resources of any description. He gets sucked out to space.
Oh no!
All the way to
and
space. Oh my god.
Oh no! And he was the guy who was going to shut the door.
No, he clicked that button, and before it, like, he saw it happening, the ship broke apart. He hit the button, gets sucked out, and then as he's like sucked out of the ship, the thing turns on.
Oh, that sucks.
This is
He,
a
like-
no good deed moment.
Yes.
Ooh, that sucks. So
Atmosphere and gravity return as y'all all hit the deck, and we close till next week to see what happens as the USS Fisher plummets into the depths of an unnamed Class T gas giant. The Teleth Klingon bird of prey has chunks of it ripped out by its forced connection to the Fisher. And in an attempt to save the ship, the chief engineer of the Andromeda rips the ship off of the side of the Klingon bird of prey, as it seems the Klingon bird of prey itself might get pulled into the depths, but in doing so, strands and nearly kills most of the command staff. I guess catch us next week on World Without War Part 2.
For all of you watching out there, thank you very much for watching. Those of you playing and running, thank you very much for doing so. And yeah, Hopefully we don't almost get killed again.
You're optimistic, aren't you?
Yeah, I don't know about that one.
I gotta
Bye.
get going. I'll see y'all next week.
Yep. See you next week. Yeah,
You
I
keep trying
really
to kill.
did.
We're not gonna. You're not gonna die next time. Don't worry about it. I don't believe you. At least I'm not being
it's gave me
shot
so
at.
much threat that, and we were getting close to the end of the episode, so I pulled a book out of of the old GM handbook written by you. That at the end of the episode, just throw all the threat and try to kill everybody.
Yeah, I
so-
don't know your opinion, but I think you've pulled notes pretty similar to that one. So
Are you
I
saying
did.
I'm the one who taught you how to do it?